California, another day of Santa Anas that will pick up this afternoon, go through the night, and I'll be here on Friday morning to tell you what happened on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
How would you define your relationship with sleep? Are there challenges, trouble falling asleep or staying asleep? Here's the thing about sleep. It's the foundation of whole body health. Good sleep is both mental and physical, and our daily performance depends on it. So how do you get to your dream state? 3 words. Beam's Dream Powder, a science-backed, healthy hot cocoa for sleep. This product will single-handedly change the way you sleep for the better. Text BEAM to 717-767. That's BEAM to 717-767 for up to 40% off. Other sleep aids can cause next-day grogginess, but Dream is an all-natural blend of ingredients like magnesium and melatonin to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. And for a limited time, you can get a special discount on Beam's Dream Powder, their science-backed healthy hot cocoa for sleep with no added sugar. Text BEAM to 717-767 for up to 40% off. That's BEAM to 717-767.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Look, we're all experiencing scary times together. I want to tell you about Equity Protect because they're the only company that prevents deed and home title theft. You've heard the story about criminals stealing people's hard-earned equity or even selling their homes without them even knowing about it. There are companies that do monitor your title, and then they alert you after something terrible has happened. Well, Equity Protect is different. They scan, monitor, alert, and most importantly, they'll stop any attempts to steal your home equity and ownership, and they're on the case 24/7. Get your free risk assessment by going to Equity Protect.
I'm Chad Perkman with the Speaker's Lobby. Democratic Georgia Representative David Scott just lost his bid to retain his slot as the top Democrat on the House Agriculture Committee. He's been absent for much of the past year due to health concerns. An aide pushed Scott in a wheelchair near the House steps of the Capitol recently. It's one of the most public places in all of Washington. Politico photographer Francis Chung snapped pictures of the lawmaker. Scott then upbraided Chang. Quote, "Who gave you the right to take my picture, blank hole," thundered Scott. First of all, Scott is a member of Congress. He's at the Capitol, and the U.S. Capitol, especially the outside walkways, are exceedingly public places, and anyone can take a photo of anyone at any time there. The scene turned ugly, with an aide asking for which outlet Chung worked and threatening to phone an editor. He argued that the news photographer had no right to take such photos. After Scott declined to step down as the top Democrat on the Agriculture Committee, Democrats Jim Costa of California and Angie Craig of Minnesota ran against Scott for that post, with Craig prevailing. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And 104.3 HD3.
Firefighters are still doing battle. Lisa Brady, Fox News. But they're getting some help from the weather today in California.
Far from perfect conditions, but we're looking at much better situation across Southern California than we saw yesterday. That was a bit of an outlier. We don't typically see winds up to 100 miles an hour.
Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz says wind gusts are down to 30 to 50 miles per hour in some areas. But deadly fires have destroyed more than 2,000 homes, businesses, and other structures in the L.A. region.
Here in Malibu, we're seeing the effects of the Palisades fire. To the east of us, over near Pasadena, that's where the Eaton fire is burning. That fire estimated to be around 10,600 acres. That fire has claimed at least 5 lives, though the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says that they don't know how many people have actually died.
Fox Business's Max Gordon. President Biden is set to hold a White House meeting on the federal fire response as President-elect Trump accuses the president, the California governor, and the L.A. mayor of incompetence. Mayor Karen Bass urging L.A. residents to heed evacuation warnings and help neighbors.
Bass, who was out of the country when the fires began, was asked by reporters if she felt her leadership has been effective during the fires. She said her focus remains on saving lives and homes.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. The NBA just postponing tonight's Lakers home game against the Hornets. The second day a game is called off in downtown L.A. after an NHL postponement yesterday. A federal judge is rejecting a federal effort to protect transgender students from discrimination.
A federal district court judge in Kentucky is striking down the Biden administration's expansion of Title IX rules to include gender identity. Title IX is a 1970s-era law prohibiting sex discrimination in education, but Judge Danny Reeves says the expansion was fatally tainted.
Fox's Jared Halpern, more than 24 Republican-led states were challenging the rule. America is listening to Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Attention, all sales superstars. Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tumuning.
Outgoing U.S. Defense Chief Lloyd Austin is urging world leaders to stay in the fight for Ukraine against Russia.
Secretary Austin in a final meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Germany, announcing another $500 million in U.S. aid. And he's urging NATO partners, other countries, and the EU to continue support for Ukraine, though not speculating on America's approach to the war come January 20th.
It's up to the future administration to make their own decisions. We want to make sure that we've done everything we can to ensure that, we're continuing to support, to provide, and they have the options to go in whatever direction they want to go.
A coalition of countries have committed over $120 billion in war efforts to Ukraine, half of that from the U.S. alone.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Health officials in Gaza say Israel's fight against Hamas has now killed more than 46,000 Palestinians. The Hamas-run health ministry does not distinguish between fighters and civilians. The Israeli military says it's killed over 17,000 militants. U.S. officials continue their latest push for a new ceasefire and hostage deal. President Biden and all of his living predecessors, from Clinton to Trump, were together for a few hours today for the funeral of former President Jimmy Carter.
Jill and I will cherish our visits with them, including that last one in their home. We saw Jimmy as he always was, at peace, with a life fully lived.
In his eulogy at the National Cathedral, President Biden offered thanks to the Carter family for sharing the former president and first lady with the world and said he takes solace in knowing the couple are reunited again. Carter's being laid to rest alongside Rosalind today in Plains, Georgia. A football firing just announced. The Las Vegas Raiders dumping general manager Tom Telesco a year after hiring him. This follows the dismissal of Raiders coach Antonio Pierce Tuesday after a 4-13 season. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC, finger-licking good mornings just got better.
Attention all runners and adventure seekers. Get ready for the Tomodachi Run 2025, Guam's most exciting running event of the year. Join us Sunday the 12th at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. Fun starts early, showtime at 5, the races kick off at 6. Choose from the 5K, the 2K, or the family-friendly 1K course. Here's the biggest highlight. Run for a chance to win a JAL round-trip ticket. Yep, you heard that right. A dream getaway could be yours. Runners of all ages, we've got something for you. Raffle prizes, we got them too. From the gift card to other exciting rewards, everybody's a winner. Hungry after the run? Treat yourself to a fresh onigiri and warm, hearty miso soup. Perfect post-run fuel. And for entertainment, groove to live Japanese drums and a super high-energy dance performance. Find the Facebook or Instagram page by searching for Japanese School of Guam. Sign up now at the link in Tomodachi Run site or visit our website to register today. Tomodachi Run 2025. Run, eat, win, and make memories to last a lifetime. We'll see you there.
Coffee and Good Morning Guam at 6:06 on Friday, January 10. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Police say a man on felony release is accused of assaulting 2 officers after a traffic stop on Wednesday afternoon. Officers stopped 37-year-old John Ryan Palacios White, also known as Joseph Nicholas, for driving a motorcycle without a license plate. White gave a false name, and officers discovered he had multiple warrants. At the station, White tried to escape when an officer unlocked his handcuffs. He punched one officer and scuffled with both before surrendering. He faces 2 counts of assault on a peace officer and up to 35 years in prison if convicted. His bail is set at $3,000 cash. Meanwhile, prosecutors want to dismiss a 2020 assault case against Nicholas Moore due to missing witnesses. Assistant Chief Prosecutor Grant Olin says key witnesses are unavailable for the January 15 trial. Moore's co-defendant Eric Salone testified in the first trial, but moved away after completing a plea deal. A neighbor who helped a victim has passed away. The ammo shop owner and nurse who handled evidence have both left Guam. Another victim refuses to cooperate and cannot be trusted to comply with a subpoena or appear at trial. The case faced 2 mistrials due to a judge's illness and a 6th Amendment issue. Oral arguments on the motion are set for January 14. We'll have more news after this.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Their services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
The 38th Guam legislature is off to a rocky start. Former Speaker Therese Terlahi called Speaker Frank Blas Jr.'s week-long delay in bill processing unnecessary and against standing rules. She argued legislative staff are ready to proceed without excuse. Vice Speaker Tony Ada responded, blaming logistical challenges like disconnected phones and internet after office transitions. Ada added that the outgoing majority didn't vacate offices until the 3rd, causing delays for the incoming team. Meanwhile, Senator Joseph Augustine began filing bills, and Senator Sabina Perez introduced 7 proposals targeting accountability, safety, equity, and sustainability. Both sides face mounting pressure to deliver results. And Gov Guam now owns the former soup kitchen operated by the Archdiocese of Agana. Gura acquired the property as part of the Archdiocese's bankruptcy sale. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio says the soup kitchen will keep serving meals daily to the homeless and disadvantaged. Gura is searching for a qualified nonprofit to manage operations. A bid process closed on the 7th with a decision expected by February. The soup kitchen has been a key resource for years, and Gov Guam plans to maintain it long term. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Did you say Gov Guam plans to maintain it? Okay, what ifs? So 9 after 6 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Here, don't maintain it like Southern High, right? We'll maintain it like the Agana swimming pool. We'll maintain it like GMH. Excellent. Find somebody else to run it, guys. Mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. Winds out of the east, 9 to 15 miles an hour. Might be some isolated showers in the forecast for this Friday day. Partly cloudy with overnight lows of about 76 degrees for tomorrow. Another one of these mostly sunny days with highs around 88 degrees. No excuses for being pale and pasty because we've got grill mark opportunities every day this weekend into the weekend. Mostly sunny today, mostly sunny tomorrow, mostly sunny on Sunday with highs near 87 degrees. Might be a little bit gusty, so watch out for the blowing sand. Heat index going to make today feel like 96 degrees. There's a 20% chance of rain. I got rip currents and high surf warnings in effect as a result of all of the blustery, windy conditions that we've got over the last week or so. So very, very careful when you hit the water. Sunrise this morning, not until 6:47, but I got a picture of the what looks like a great-looking sunrise from over at Pirates Cove on the screen right now. Sunset is at 6:10 tonight. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Your future starts at GCC. Are you ready to level up your education? Don't miss out. Guam Community College is an open registration for the spring 2025 semester. Classes start January 8th, but hurry. Registration ends Friday, January 10th. We've extended office hours for your convenience. Drop by between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. January 6th to January 10th. Financial aid? Yup, we've got that too. Just stop by or give us a call. Visit guamcc.edu/apply or call 671-735-5531 to get started. Don't wait. Your future starts at GCC.
Go get smart today, 6:12 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Bickering going on over at the legislature right now? Is it the Bickerson Democrats versus the Republicans that are like, whoa, we just moved in and you guys expect us to get started already? I don't know, lots and lots of the
so it hasn't begun.
Yes, nothing has begun yet. Although you know, we got a couple of letters going out, and I got an email yesterday from Joe S. San Augustine's office. Hey, we got to get started here. I already had my smoke break. I'm ready now. Hey, Joe, I found your lighter.
We found your lighter,
I found the lighter. So,
it's a Zippo.
Bro, low-key bragging about going, walking down in Tumont all the time, which is a whole lot, I used to run in Tumont all the time, right?
Yeah,
and so
fast.
I'd go and have a good time down there, and it was, go fast over here, and then run fast back to the car and all of that stuff. But it's interesting when you're walking the same route, you slow down, you can see things, you can observe things a little bit more, and you can find crap. You can find crap all the time. And the up and down the corridor and up and down the beach, before everybody gets started out there, there's just all kinds of stuff, flotsam and jetsam that people leave behind. And I cannot tell you the number of lighters that I've managed to pick up over the last couple of weeks. It's like,
stolen.
Feel like every day I get, hey, look, there's another Bic. This one's got fluid in it. This is great. And for me, that's the reward. That's the reward that I get for going out there and taking the time to do something special for myself. And so I will be the guy, no matter where we are, I will always be the guy that has a lighter because I've found so many of them walking up and down the corridor that is Tumont Bay. 6:14 in the morning. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you. And even more thrilled, I suppose, because today is Friday, right? Today is Friday.
It's Friday again.
It's the second Friday of 2025, Joe. How about that? And a great opportunity for everybody.
I'm excited.
Come on, make your mark. Come on. Don't let the fires in L.A., define what you are and are not capable of. Come on, you're on fire. You're a fireworks. Remember the song?
Yeah.
This is the weekend to go out there and do some fireworks stuff. I don't know.
This lady's on fire.
No, but I am looking at something. There's reports now coming out of Los Angeles, which is mostly on fire right now.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
That there are now people setting fires. They're catching people, arsonists, setting fires.
Yeah, some homeless people.
If you are a pyromaniac, like Joe and I,
now's the time.
Oh my God! Apparently so. I spent a little bit of time yesterday. I posted the link on my Facebook page and on The Point. And even though I don't want you, listening to anything but The Point or watching nothing but The Point, I recognize every once in a while there's a thirst for something different. And if you can understand it, you can hear. There's a link online. Broadcastify, I think, is the name of the outfit.
Oh, I checked it out.
Did you?
Yeah, the Fireman Dispatch.
Fireman Dispatch. Isn't that cool?
The radio calls, yeah.
Did you hear anything interesting?
Yes.
Like what?
1047 over here.
Over
here, too, 1047. 1047 over here, sir.
What is it, 1047?
Fire.
So, yes.
Yeah.
We got one over here, and then somebody chime in for, this is Engine 7, 1047 over here.
Abandon your car.
I listened for a while yesterday, and I put
was trying to put myself in the shoes of the victim here, but I'd heard a call go out from dispatch. They wanted to send an engine to go and evacuate somebody, and they gave the address. I heard it perfectly, but where apparently, the relays and whatever have been burned down or aren't working or something like that. And so it was tough for the actual engine that they were trying to send out to get the address of the people that they were going to try and rescue. This went on for like 15 minutes of them trying to relay one place to the other place to the, to finally get the actual address to the guy. And I guess it wasn't as simple as, hey, send me a WhatsApp, drop a pin. And so I was just thinking, I wonder by the time they got to the address, was there anybody to rescue? Was there anybody to evacuate? Was there anything there? I put up on screen just a few minutes ago an image from Los Angeles right now, and I want to say that this is the Palisades area. There's nothing there.
Terrible. Yeah.
There is nothing there. It is utter and complete and total destruction in that area. A number of people have died already. The Archbishop is asking for people to send up their prayers to folks in Los Angeles. And I know maybe yesterday you checked on some friends and said, hey, how's it going? And they're all like, we're okay.
Get out.
We got a bug out bag ready to go, but check on them again today because there have been more fires springing up overnight. I thought it was just that in that one area in the Palisades, but they've got tracking maps now that you can go to, and it's an entire ring around Los Angeles of fire here, fire.
And those winds are high.
1047, 1047 all over there. Yeah, that was also kind of
gnarly.
60, 70 mile an hour winds.
Yeah, unreal.
Very unreal. Totally gnarly, dude.
Oh, yeah. I went there, huh?
Too good.
I mean, it's the West Coast.
It's, yeah. 6:18 in the morning. So much for Hollywood High and
Not
fast times at Ridgemont High. Anyway, as I said, welcome to the program. Excuse the miss. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you Friday morning. I'm joined by my very close personal friend, 160 pounds on the scale, Joe. 160?
Good morning. We did it, Joe.
That's a 20-minute 5K that you might be capable of running out.
We're speeding
at
through
160. Good for you. Good for you. Keep all of that stuff up. Anyway, so Real Joe gets the phone when you call 888-825-5888-TALK. Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines, and there might actually be a little bit of news and headlines. Front page of today's Guam Daily Post. Taitagui requests an immediate Homeland Security oversight. Thank you, Tello.
Someone said, uh-oh. This morning.
Who did? What?
Whoever, I don't know.
You don't know?
Whoever's doing something up there.
Well, the BJ Cruz?
Whoever's making all that money.
Yeah. He's talking about the...
You want to know what you did.
All these OT numbers there and
more
all
than the yearly.
2.8, almost $3 million worth of question costs.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, well, no, the bad part is if we, you send the paperwork off to Washington, D.C., and they go, yeah, we're not down with those particular overtime hours. It feels a little bit more than just casual overtime. This looks like a serious issue here. And in my mind, you got one guy there that is capable of writing his own ticket when it comes to OT, writing tickets, for everybody else's OT.
Approved.
Yeah,
approved.
Everything is approved, and so there's a lot of questions about this. If you have not yet read it, go to the OPA and check out one of the articles. They did one on the Guam Preservation Trust, but. Yeah, I don't care. But the one on Homeland Security and Civil Defense, that was interesting. And then bottom of the fold, under the fold, we got St. Augustine outlines initiatives. Terlai concerned with the bill delay, and she's written a letter and all of that stuff out. So there might be the possibility that there could be some bickering going on there. Donna D will have that and the other news stories. I was kind of amused at one of the first stories that she was talking about, where we got a guy that's been busted now, and among the charges, fighting with the actual police officers. Right?
No, man.
Yeah. No.
Third-degree felony.
I'm trying to figure out, was he drinking Tito's or Jameson before that? Because one or the other, sometimes both. You get too much of that stuff, and you might want to, think, yeah, I can fight that cop.
In my chest.
I can beat that cop up. Yeah, I hate that guy since grade school.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you might there was that
Take
story.
Off your badge,
might be a couple of other deals coming out of the magistrates, and we'll work on all of that stuff. In the meantime, 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. As I say, lots and lots in the table of contents. We'll get our all the way through 10 o'clock. o'clock this morning. Might be a couple of people we're talking to about some of the headlines and stuff that's going on out there. We wish that you would participate. This is an interactive program to the degree that you are able to communicate with me in real time. You can go and do the thing on Facebook Live. You can do the thing on YouTube Live. If you don't want to interact, that's fine. You can hang out on rumble.com and you can hang out at thepoint.gu. I'm not looking at those things, so I can't call you out for listening to the broadcast.
I'm fact-checking.
Are you? Very
good.
Everyone. Very good. Speaking of fact-checking, you ran into Simon Sanchez last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Uncle Si.
Well, I was giving him a hard time because he always gives me a hard time about math. And so he explained to the gathered crowd how he got so good at doing math in his head. And he says he was a real nut for baseball back in the day. And so when it comes down to batting averages and things like that, he would do the numbers on paper, and then he would sort it out in his head. And so he showed off with a couple of equations, and so I'm sitting there, and my buddy's sitting next to me. Says, hold on a second, and he starts taking the numbers. I'm doing a fact check on his phone, but that is just one of those kinds of things.
You're all right, Uncle Si.
I had an adventurous day yesterday. Went to after I did my walking around yesterday. Went over to the Park Place, I think is what it's called, where the new IT&E location is.
Okay.
Because they had...
It's all white and blue.
Yes.
White and blue, white and blue.
So you know who is the owner of that?
No, I do not.
It's the Auto Spot guy.
Auto Spot.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was
Derek Munya Kanata.
Exactly. He was
I used to call him Little Munya. Yeah,
careful.
It's a true story.
He still calls me Uncle Ray, which I kind of dig.
He's a billionaire now.
Exactly. So he's the owner of that building.
You know what?
But anyway, so I went in there. So first of all, June Tender was there, and then he was mixing drinks. So number one, they had drinks over at the IT&E VIP thing last night.
It's a celebration.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Governor was there.
All right.
Governor was there talking about the history of telecommunications here on Guam, and I got to say, I was amused because she had the same thing that I had growing up, and that is we had a party line. Do you know what a party line is?
Yes, yeah.
You old enough to remember? Donna, you know what a party line is?
Get everybody on that
so
thing.
Once upon a time, I don't know how it worked out that way, but
it's a group chat.
You pick up the phone if I was gonna, hey, I'm gonna call the radio station, request a song, and you pick up the phone and you can hear somebody else on the line. There was you never know, and you never knew which one of your neighbors it might be this time.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't bleeding over. That's the way the party line worked.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And so I gave fond memories. I remember when I was a kid, I'd pick up the phone and I'd just start having conversations with the people that were already on the line. And they're like, okay, we're going to go back to our conversation now. Can you hang up? I'm like, no, I like you. Let's talk some more.
Yeah, you have a nice voice.
Always made friends that way.
You're breathing so heavy.
Exactly. So that was fun. And then, talking about $1.50 a minute back to the States when we used to do that. When I was kids, if we wanted to talk with grandparents or something like that in the States, it was one of those things where it felt like we had to wake up at 3 in the morning to go to the old RCA building in Agana.
Oh yeah,
and
get in a booth.
Yeah, and then you got in a booth, and it was like, okay, you think about what you're going to say now. You think about what you're going to say to Grandma because you're only going to be able to talk to her for 1 minute.
A 3-second delay.
Exactly. There was all of that stuff. But now, here we are, and you can pick up the phone, you can make a call on your WhatsApp, you can make a call without having to pay $1.50, $2 a minute or any of that stuff. My least favorite task when I was budding manager, and they gave me a phone code. That was one of those moments where I said, you know what, kids, you're on the way. Accounting is giving you a phone code so you can make long-distance calls to our vendors and our program suppliers. This is going to be awesome. And then so you did. But at the end of the month, you'd get a statement from the phone company with all of the numbers that you called and how long the duration was. And every accountant in the building made sure they wanted 100%. Who are these people? What was the purpose of the call?
$120,000 for phone calls.
Yeah. Now nobody cares. I mean, that's where we're at with telecom. Anyway, so they got a brand new shop there. But I got to talking with Derek at the end of it. At the end, as I was getting ready to leave. And we were talking about what there's going to be a little grocery store there.
Oh, sweet.
There might be some GovGuami things that are going to be floating around in the building. Everything downstairs, all those little clubs, and the karaoke, they're all gone.
Those little hole in the wall.
The little hole in the wall places
where we like to go. And
it's a great place
anonymous.
to be anonymous, get in fights. It was,
they're going to make it better.
All of those places are gone, and they're working on it. And I said,
Well,
hey,
thanks, Derek.
I said, are you able to do anything with the movie theater in the back?
Yeah, man. Half a day 1, 2.
Okay, bro. I gotta tell you, if you get a chance, go back there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does it smell good?
And turn it into a community theater. Thank you.
I don't know about a community theater.
Like musical theater.
But the old, that old Hoffa 2 and 3, or was it 3 or 4 or 5? I can't remember. The one that was back
4 and
there.
5.
Where they
one with the balcony.
The small one?
You remember? Yeah, it's the small one. And you can still find on the internet somewhere pictures, with the posters that were playing. Lemony Snicket, I think, was that was one of the last movies
felt
that
like
was
I was
shown
going to
there.
get robbed when I would come out of that one. You know what I mean? Because it's in a dark little corner.
Yeah. off on the side.
Yeah.
But there's all of that, and apparently there are plans to do something with the actual old Hoffa Theater.
That's cool.
In that whole area. Yeah. I wouldn't mind turning it back into a big, massive theater. I mean, those days are long gone, where you could have something like that, where you could sit 500 or 600 people down at the same time to watch the movies. But it was a social event when Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out, or Warriors, or Star Wars, or any of those other big blockbuster movies. They all
Rocky
started.
1 and 2.
I remember watching Rocky 1 and 2 at the place.
You could beat everybody up when you walked out of that.
How cool would it be if, like, the Micronesia Mall Stadium theaters, the mall theaters, if they could have a balcony like the old Hoffa Theater had a balcony? How cool would that be?
Then have people throw stuff at you?
No.
Yeah, that was
smoking.
the fun.
Smoking section.
And smoking. We could smoke
we'll
up there.
allow you to smoke up
there.
there.
Was smoking, and it was great.
Bring your vape.
There wasn't a whole lot of people that were hanging out. It was it was a nice place to get, frisky and intimate.
Oh, yeah.
The old days and old ways of the movie theater experience on Guam. 6:28 in the morning. Tell you what, I haven't even gotten started saying hello to everybody, but that takes a long time. So tell you what, Donna, can we do news and headlines first, and then I'll roll into the Hello and Hoffa Day. Is that cool?
Fine.
All right, groovy. At 6:28, Donna with the first big look at news and headlines. What's going on today?
Josuel Sanchez Usana received the mandatory minimum 10-year prison sentence in district court earlier this week with credit for time served. He pleaded guilty to attempted enticement of a minor in May 2024. He was caught during an Air Force undercover operation where an investigator posed as a 14-year-old girl online. Usana was busted at the meetup spot. And GPA announced a partial road closure in Dedido tomorrow from 7 in the morning to 7 at night. Crews will be working on system improvements along Route 1 from the Harmon substation toward LMS. During this time, the outer southbound lane will be closed, causing traffic delays. The closure is for the safety of workers. For updates, visit GPA's website or social media. And today is the last day to register for the 4th annual Guam Poetry Out Loud competition. The event helps students from grades 9 through 12 memorize and perform powerful poetry. Winners will compete in Washington, D.C. in May. Interested schools should contact Jackie Balbus for registration by calling 671-300-7584 or emailing jacqueline.balbus@kaha.guam.gov. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Okay, gotcha. Bottom of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show. A quick break, and then we'll come back with whatever it is that I do in the morning show.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
Need publicity for your big events? We've got a great feature on ThePOINT's website to help you get your happening noticed for free. Just go to thepoint.gu and look for the community button. Click on submit your event and then fill in the blanks. You can even upload your flyer. Once we approve it, it'll show up on all Choice Broadcasting websites. Did I say it was free? From 5Ks to car washes, lunch plates, fundraisers, whatever. Let us help you get the word out. Free! Get started on thepoint.gu.
Studio time 6:30 in the morning. Way too early for traffic, but I'll take a look at it anyway because Real Joe is playing the music. Let me see. Has everybody recovered from their day of mourning yesterday for Jimmy Carter? Okay, groovy. Time to get back to work. Already seeing a little bit of traffic just before you get to Waipau, and then on the way into Sangsong. Nothing major happening up in the northern end of town. A little bit of traffic around Ukadu, but once you get past the Micronesia Mall, everything should be fairly smooth. In fact, even all the way up to Kmark area is looking pretty sweet. Nothing major on Route 16 all the way down to 8, 10, and 16. What's that ugliness I'm looking at? Map says over by Onward Magilo Golf Club, it might be a little bit of stop-and-go traffic southbound on the back road to Anderson, but if you make it past that, should be a clear shot to 10 and 15. Route 10 looking pretty good. Route 8 and Route 4 on the way into town looking good, but it's already starting to get a little bit busy on the Route 4 side in some of the usual spots around Ta'i and the Apicento Gardens intersection, Ordat, Pago, Sinahanya, etc. All the way into the downtown Agutnia area shouldn't be any major problems once you get past Sinahanya, and then southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way to Big Navy and Sumai. Looking cherry. I'm be at 6:31. Be right back.
Ring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any Whopper, Burger King, or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See a restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23rd, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with the Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Spend the first part of your new year with us. Enjoy an array of healthcare businesses showcasing how they can help you create a journey of wellness and how to create healthy habits. Mark the date, January 11th, for the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, presented by Star 101, Boss 104, The Point, and Guam Premier Outlets.
Yeah. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Take Care.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
6:32. So early. Or am I running so late this morning? I don't know. It just got me started talking about and thinking about my memories of being a teenage boy on Guam in the Carter years and going to the movies with my best girl and going and watching stuff. I think that I'm trying to remember of all of the movies that we watched when we were kids. What among my favorite was, it might have been Earthquake that came out in 72, 73. And the thing about Earthquake was it had a thing called Sense Around, where there was a regular soundtrack, but whenever there was an earthquake or tremors, they simulated the earthquake and the tremors with this incredible bass rumble. And at the movie theaters they brought in these big bass speakers out in the front. So obviously the room didn't shake, but you got the sense from this big subharmonic, this boom that filled the room of that something was going on the screen. It's interesting to watch the movie in real time. At any rate, 888-825-5888-TALK. That's the telephone number, 634. Speaking of boomers into rumors.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
We got you. Everybody knows your name. The best thing about the old Holiday Theater had those stairs that went up to the balcony, and right there at the crook of the stairs was a cigarette machine.
I remember that.
A cigarette.
Yes.
There was a machine.
Benson and Hedges.
Imagine this, kids.
It's like
Imagine back in the
Virginia
olden days. Imagine you're going to the movie theater and you're out of cigarettes, but there's a machine right there in the front for 50 cents, 75 cents. You could put the money, and you didn't have to talk to anybody. They didn't check any IDs or anything. You just pulled the plunger out, and it was like playing a game. You pull it out, and it went back in, and then out from the bottom, there's your cigarettes. Oh, my God, those were the days. I remember when they went from 75 cents to $1. I said, that's it. I'm going to quit smoking. I'll quit smoking. I can
Oh my
do
God,
this.
$1.
I can quit smoking anytime. Let me see. It only took me another 17 years to be able to quit smoking after that. Anyway, 6:35 in the morning. At number one this morning, I see Ismael Velez in the big chair here.
Wow, morning, Chief.
Good to have you there. Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
As it turns out,
Good morning, guy.
Joy Kitatu online and JB San Nicholas online. Senator Vince Borja is hanging out here this morning already.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Mendiola Kitatu, Jane Nauta, Patrick Bumba, Dan Brennan Fausto, Jigo Jarhead online. And a reminder, every time I see a veteran on the screen, I try to remember to mention the VFW and their Friday night Queen of Hearts drawing. Should be about 7 o'clock tonight. No idea what the jackpot is. They are going to have, I thought I saw this in the social media. Back me up, guys, because I know you stalk them as well.
Dude, I got your back, man.
They're having a seafood boil.
Oh, wow.
I thought I saw that. VFW is going to have a seafood boil. Look them up on the internet and see what you can find out. Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas is there. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, and you know what? They're going to have a seafood broil as well. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be awesome? Just what do you want? Just drive through, hit the drive through, and here's a bucket of
new
seafood
Whopper flavor
with the andouille and we got the little corn things and all kinds of crab legs, etc. Sounds good to me. Big man Rico Blancaflor online as well. Isabel says 10 more days. Gee, what are you talking about? What could you be talking about? 10 more days.
The rash will be gone in 10 days.
Right. Yeah,
man.
A little bit more lotion. It'll be okay.
Applying the cream.
Our bud EOD Kaboom is watching. What do we know about EOD, guys?
Hot wives.
Absolutely.
And great dads.
Jeff Pleadwell hanging out. The pirate from Pirates Cove is there. Let me see. Henry Manglotnia is on the line. Half a day to you. Good to see Keenan McCausland from the upper left-hand corner. Looking forward to a weekend of football. Playoffs begin this weekend. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Jesse Nanetti, Aurelio Paredes, and Henry Manglotnia. Half a day to Mark Mendiola. Half a Mutkus.
Hey, Mark.
Good to see you there, bud. I got Felix Bumba, Mike Grace Blas, Henry Manglotnia hanging out already this morning. Dave Duenas is TGIF Buenos. Jerome McDonald, J Mac online. Looking at Francis Tenorio Kitsutu there. Simon Sanchez. It just says Simon Sanchez is watching. He hasn't necessarily.
He's watching.
So
he's always watching.
Apparently, if I remember the story right, and there's a very good chance that I won't, apparently there's a question moving around in the Sanchez household about how is it possible that a guy that we talk to a couple of times a week and have talked to a couple of times a week, going back to when I was at K57, he says, how is it possible that guys like Doug Moylan have a jingle? Jay Rojas has a jingle. Carl Gutierrez has a jingle. We've got Real Human Being for Stephen Blake, Baba Yaga for Rico Blancaflor.
Sorry, man.
What do we know about EOD guys? But we have nothing for Simon Sanchez. He doesn't have a catchphrase. He doesn't have a jingle or anything like that. So there might be something that we might have to put some fire on here. I'm not saying we got to do it this morning.
Switching to the app.
Because when I do stuff, it's in phases.
Yes, this
I'm
is
over
true.
it.
And we have not gotten. Well, you know what? Maybe when the LEAC goes down, maybe when the power bill goes down.
The last one I did was the Doug Moylan one, and it took me forever.
But you needed inspiration.
Yeah.
There was a requirement for that. Got to do a shout to my bro Brandon, who's marrying one of the prettiest girls on Guam. Nice to see that.
Oh yeah, let's go, Brandon.
And Natasha reporting that there is an accident in Radio Barragata right past Commercial Depot. So we'll take a look at the traffic map. Thanks, Tosh. Thank you, favorite. Appreciate that. Ken Augustin hanging out this morning. Ike Seki, buenas and half a day to Gemma Bustamante. There's Ursula Franquez Garrido. Steve and Liz are online.
Amagoin.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Ken Augustin.
Good morning.
Says 10 out of 365. Keeping track of the days. Hava Chech Uggan saying happy Friday. Enjoy the weekend. Alpha Omega. Buenas and half a day point. Have a nice Friday and weekend. Mike Rios is there. Joy and Pinko. Buenas and half a day to F. Ramos. Zanlani with an I Solace. Dave Eckert. Broadcast
the
legend.
legendary
Dave Eckert checking in from Las Vegas.
Hey, good morning there, radio guy.
Where I don't know that there's any fires, but if there were fires, he would be there.
Yeah,
he would be there. He would do a live broadcast from the Vegas fires if they had those. Brittany Tollefson is online.
Oh, morning, Britt.
Nice to see you there. Sandra Regis, Margaret Estacchio is checking in. So is Sandra Regis. Sandra, of course, from the frozen north. It's amazing.
Sandra, you don't even know what cold is.
We've got one part of the United States States that is on fire out in Los Angeles, and then there are everywhere else. Apparently, it's completely the opposite. If anybody is listening to the broadcast in Texas, go outside and play in the snow. Did you see that?
They're playing the yellow snow.
It's snowing in Texas, ladies and gentlemen. Not everywhere, but some places are enjoying some of that. Margaret Estacio, like I said, Sandra Regis, Sarita Garin hanging out. Britt saying, morning, guys. Good to see you there. Christine Oliver, happy Friday. Unsing into the weekend, as it were. Nice to see you there. Marie, Ramey, Delgado, Camacho, Tony, and Annette and Pingo. How do you know, Real Joe? I don't think we've seen the last of Simon Sanchez. No, I'm just feeling it out. I'm feeling out the groove. I actually ran
about that, Senator.
I ran into the senator yesterday.
You did?
Over
at
the
GMH,
thing. Yeah, no, at ITNE.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, apparently they did they did the GMH thing, and then they heard there was June Tender was mixing drinks over at ITNE, so they went out there. So it was Jesse Lohan and Tony Ada
Senator
and Shelley Calvo. Was in the house as well. It was nice.
Wow, so they ran into you.
Kind of, sort of, yeah. Yeah. It was, they were out there. They give them the gold scissors for the ribbon cutting and all that. It was nice. And Shelley cut Tony's hair with the scissors.
Snip.
Everybody kind of having a good time together. Big Man Rico, like I said, I got Shauna Fujikawa Stickles. Hey, Tattoo Shauna. Nice to see you online. Let me see. Now that I'm talking about Simon not having anything, it occurs to me how many people actually do have something attached to their names here.
That's right.
Ben Savino online. So is Alicia Duenas Anderson, standing by for gorgeous pictures from First Beach and Southern Guam. My running buddy Doris is online. So is Dave Duenas. Who else is playing around? Is that it? No. Brennan Fausto, Gina St. Nicholas. Buenas and half a day to We're All Strong because of Eric Chong. Josephine Bloss, nice to see you there, Major. Going to be doing some running over the weekend. Lots of races to do. Simon says, get us started, Ray. Ms. D in the RJC. Beautiful Friday AM and then weekend. Enjoy safely, Point Familia. So tomorrow.
Saturday.
Simon Sanchez and Jesse Lujan and I are going to go for a walk. Just to go. Yeah. Because, I'm
going to watch you guys.
I like hanging out with Simon, but we're between the three of us, we're trying to figure out who's going to talk more. Is this a talking thing? Is this going to be a walking, listening thing? I don't know.
Hey, Ray's going to wear a wire.
No,
make sure you pat his chest.
Simon Sanchez,
he's wearing a wire.
Simon's wondering if we're going to run into the governor again. And she's going to give me crap about me.
I hope you guys do.
I told you the debate is over. Let me see. F. Ramos is hanging out. There's Bunker online. Good morning to you. Nice to see you there. Ali Malakas. Coach Joe Cepeda is online. By the way, how far is San Ramon from L.A.? Is San Ramon on the path of the wildfires? I have close relatives in San Ramon. And I think F. Ramos says, no, that's Bay Area. But, the way these fires are spreading, half a day, you never know what's going to be happening. There's Auntie Bennett, like I said, Mike Grace Blas, Romeo Miranda. Simon says, I took calculus too. All right, Smarty. Richard Duggan. So he's giving me a hard time about my math, and I had to lean in. I said,
you didn't go to Harvard,
bro. I have an amateur extra class license with the Federal Communications Commission. And he says, and I said, it's all math. When you get to that level, it's all mathematics
and Uncle Simon
theory.
Can't repair small engines.
All of that stuff. I'm like, it's not. I know how to do math. I know how to run the scientific calculator. Richard Huggins online. Rafi and Neil. Half a day to you. Cecile Bambasuda. Peter Santos. Peter got in a scrap yesterday with Christina on the YouTube side. Did you catch that?
He's a scrappy guy.
I'm a hater. I hate people that hate.
Peter likes to scrap.
And there's my bro Renee Lau online last night.
Hey, Renee.
He's got a new favorite.
I'm going to take my kid to that place.
Play Works. They opened this morning.
I told him about it yesterday. He got excited.
I think there's like VIP thingy this morning. I'm not 1,000% sure.
Not for me.
But bro, I'll find a way to get you in there. Greg Karabrock online. There's my Take Care connection. Have a day to Lori with a Y, Duenas, Nick Perloski online, Manny and Ning Regis, Buenas, and off a day to Bandits finally checking in. Alan Balbin saying, Par, you got it. Who else is playing around on the list here? Joey Franquez, Jim Turbio. Have a day to you, Bobby Limtiaco.
Jim Turbo.
Hey, gorgeous. Nice to see you there, Bobby. Bobby Bodybuilder.
Bobby
Yeah,
builder.
that one,
Bobby
not the other
bodybuilder.
one.
I
I don't
can
know.
say
Don't make
that
me do that
fast
twice.
10 times.
Keith Dixon's there. Michelle Conception, Day to Dean and Liza Castro, Joe
Morning,
Takai,
Michelle.
Valerie Carbolito, Sherry Iriarte. There's Edgar Tomamak online. Janine Bloss is here. Hi, Janine. Nice to see you. What are you wearing to the beach today, Janine? Auntie Loli Kamet is there.
Good morning, Auntie.
Vic Hamling, Charlie Hermosa, and Simon Sanchez.
Good morning, Vic and Charlie. Simon.
Doc Brown. Somebody says for Simon Sanchez, Doc Brown saying 1.21 gigawatts of power. Then it kicks into electric boogie woogie woogie. That's somebody
There
giving
you
us an
go.
idea. It's electric boogie woogie
Boogie
woogie.
woogie.
What do you think, Donna? Nothing? No, she's not feeling that.
No.
Like as she said, it's a process, ladies and gentlemen. 6:45. The process of the Ray Gibson Show continues on the YouTube side. Rudy Rodolfo hanging out over here, getting his. He's
Welcome to the
first
channel.
one on the list saying good morning and half a day. Tommy Napati, James Bondo, Tattoo Sean Gumatauto, checking in from Talafu. Let me see. Tommy Garcia says Friday. Yeah, better believe it. Everybody seems to be all charged up for the weekend. A lot of stuff going on this weekend as well. Have a day, Guam. Christina B saying good morning. Matt Galendez, JW is saying TGIF, no roadblocks. Just grill marks, thrill marks, beach, barbecues, beers, and bikinis.
Oh, yeah, get psyched.
JW, you missed a fun B word. It's a squishy B word. We like it. Think about balloon smuggling for that particular B word. Let me see. Christina B says, why haven't we condemned GMH? Is it still safe with all of the mode? Here's the thing about you
It's
can't.
far from the heart.
We cannot condemn Guam Memorial Hospital because we don't have another one yet. My father said, never throw away the old shoes before you've gotten a new pair of shoes. Now, it's possible he wasn't really talking about shoes and in that little father-son thing, that little exchange.
Yeah. He was talking about girlfriends.
That's it. We cannot throw away the GMH without a new GMH, and we still got to get through the battles that are going to be taking place. In the meantime, Sabrina Salas Matanani, the new health chair over at the legislature, has apparently been on tour of Guam Memorial Hospital and gives it an F. Gives it an F.
Oh, wow.
To which I say to the management of Guam Memorial Hospital, guys like me and Real Joe, we've gotten Fs before, and we know how to change that F and make it look like an A+.
Heck yeah.
So you can take
and
it to
there's
your...
always summer school.
Right?
That's
right.
What's that extra credit?
You ask for extra credit. There's a way that you can take that F and turn it into an A. Christina, I'm talking about my memories of Half a Day Theater and getting frisky up on the balcony. Christina's is remembering Johnston Theater.
Here
you
we
used
go.
to go to Johnston Theater?
Here we go.
That's right. Who you sitting next to?
Well, I mean, there was a time.
I don't want to talk about sticky floors on the radio here. John Savara's online saying, good morning, Ray, Donna, Jerry, Joe, and the Point Familia. Good to have you online there. Bad Boy 671. There's Brandon Franquez. Buenas from Anderson K9 team. Right on.
Roger that, Delta 9.
Bro, let's go play around with the dogs. Hey.
Yeah, what kind of treats do
Is
they
there
like?
a way? Can we do this with your dog, Brandon? Can we just borrow it every once in a while bring it out to, because I got these friends.
Yeah.
And I want to see if the dog can find where they keep their marijuana stash.
We want to take all of their marijuana.
I just want to borrow one of your dogs for the weekend, bro. Tommy Napati says, Ray, GW used to also have a cigarette machine in the school. They had cigarette machine at GW.
Really, man? That's cool.
That was back in the old days. You know what? I'm thinking about it now. It seems to me like the guys at GW were more mature. When I say mature, I meant physically, as in I'll break your face mature.
Oh, yeah.
Than anybody, than the kids at the other
three
schools.
hairs coming out of the chin.
Exactly. Let me see. Tigo Biddy's online talking
Morning,
about
Perky.
Gulf of America 51st state winning. Better believe it. Pete Apu is online. Neats is hanging out. Says Cinema Theater when Heavy Metal premiered. Talk about chambering. I remember Heavy Metal. I went to go watch that. I don't remember if I was there for the premiere, but I remember watching that in the theater. Christina B., my auntie, went there to save her marriage. My mom advised her to go. Are we still talking about Johnston Theater? Wait. Hold
Yeah,
on a
we
second.
are. Never forget.
My
Always
auntie
remember Johnston Theater.
Went there to save her marriage.
I don't get it.
Oh, wow.
All
right, then.
Her mother, Christina's mother, advised the aunt to go to Johnston Theater to save her marriage.
Yeah, spice it up.
Apparently, so, certain lessons that you couldn't. Okay.
Yeah. A tutorial.
I'm just getting.
Good morning.
You know what? There's something about this. You know, there's a certain warmth about this program where people feel not only do they feel free to say and make remarks about whatever they want to. Like, don't worry about it. It will never come back to me. I said it on the Ray Gibson show. It's all right. Neats is great tomorrow smokeout. Don't forget Agania Theater to the other adult theater that turned into Circus after a while.
Yes.
The building is still there. I hope they get around to doing something with that one day. 10 away from the top of the hour. 888-8255. Tom, we got to get serious, right? Who's on the phone?
Landon.
Why?
Not serious.
What?
Because the weather's great. And you know what? I figured we never call him when it's good weather.
We only call him
when
something
things
to
are
worry
bad,
about.
we call Landon.
I got you. All right, 888-8255. Landon's on the line. Landon, tell me what you know about the fires in Los Angeles and the fact that there's snow on the ground in Texas, bro.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day in Guam, isn't it?
Yeah, oh my God. And a great weekend ahead of us. I was looking at the weather forecast. Grill marks today, grill marks tomorrow, grill marks on Sunday. Everybody ought to have a tan. There should be no excuses whatsoever for being pasty and creamy all weekend.
Isn't that the truth? Now, keep in mind the season surf will be coming up probably around Sunday. We got a little bit of a north swell building in from the North Pacific that'll bring season surf up along north and east facing reefs this weekend. So keep that in mind. But going back to the states, it is a wretched time across multiple states. Most notoriously is the Southern California wildfires, which remains a very explosive situation with now the worst wildfires in Southern California history, as I'm reading it in multiple headlines.
Yeah.
So this thing is still cranking along. The Santa Ana winds are fueling these fires, where some of the red flag warnings from the National Weather Service in Oxnard and San Diego are saying that some of these stronger winds could spot fires miles down from the actual source, which means those flying embers and ashes that can be locked up into the air can land miles away from the wildfire and ignite new fires. And so they're seeing that help fuel those explosive conditions over there.
Crazy. And now hearing reports and rumors that there are actually people running around starting fires. The arsonists are having a field day out there with all of this. In the meantime, to just get these huge swaths and an entire ring around the area. Now here's the thing: the Santa Ana winds that you're talking about. This is, I mean, it's built into the culture of Southern California and Los Angeles in particular. It seems to me that some of this was very, very predictable and just steps not taken by the government or no serious people in the government that have done anything to mitigate the possibility that they would have such a devastating and widespread disaster.
You know, I think that's going to be a big problem, a big thing to come in the next, not days, weeks, but probably months into the next year. The political firestorm and fallout that's going to be coming from this, because the Weather Service was highlighting this high threat and the explosive potential in mid-December, as early as mid-December, with those drying conditions and then the Santa Ana winds, which, as you said, that's a part of life in Southern California. People know it's going to happen. It's a matter of if, or it's a matter of when, not if.
Well, it's seasonal, isn't it?
There.
I mean, it's seasonal,
and
super predictable. We know what's coming. We know it's going to end.
And so, I think there's a lot of issues that's going to be questioned with how things were handled at the fire department level. I know the fire department has been really concerned about slashed budgets and capabilities as far as response efforts. And so there's going to be a big political firestorm, unfortunately. That's way outside of my realm. But, fires, devastating. And Maui back in 2023 was a big eye-opener on how fast and explosive these fires can be, especially if you don't have the proper planning and leaning forward aspects.
Well, and the insurance companies leaned forward by canceling all the policies out there, all the fire policies. So everything that is burned right now is going to have to get rebuilt with the loans or money in the bank or something like that. I mean, I'm not worried about the rich guys. They got the money, and they'll be able to rebuild, build back better in the future. But regular folks that are parts of those communities are not going to have that same. They're not going to have that same option. So, is it the same weather pattern here that, or this? Is there a connection between fires in Los Angeles and snow on the ground in Texas? I mean, has the polar vortex reached all the way down there?
Well, definitely that polar vortex is still spinning up the colder winter weather farther to the east, and not too far east of all the fires in California. You're seeing freeze warnings in Arizona, just one state over from Southern California. Freeze warnings in southern Arizona, south of Phoenix and Tucson, and that extends all the way across most of Texas, all the way down to the Mexico border, and then on eastward to the Atlantic coast, where you have freeze warnings, winter storm warnings, winter storm advisories. Quite a mess that's spinning up, and right now the bulk of the weather is over San Antonio, northward to Dallas, Oklahoma, into Kansas, and that's all going to be sweeping eastward, bringing winter weather, ice, snow, sleet, blizzard conditions in some areas.
Total extremes.
Sweeping it all the way to the Atlantic.
Yeah, just
Beautiful
absolutely
weather over
crazy.
there.
So we've got Arctic weather over 2/3 of the country, and we got another third that is dry and tinder and ready to catch fire.
Absolutely. That's
So
the complexities of weather in the region.
And so this is the big deal. And this is why lots and lots of people say, you know what, I can put up with just about anything. And that's why we live on Guam, because we don't necessarily have to worry about all those kind of crazy, widespread wildfires that they've got there. And it hasn't snowed here in decades, so I don't think we need to worry about all of that stuff. Although I will point out that we're moving into a time where we've got so much dry air around here and air that is not as moist as usual. And we're going to start seeing some of the grasses and the grassy areas, the savanna areas of Guam, start to dry out a little bit. And we are probably in for our own set of grass fires and inland fires as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been reports of some small brush fires, but they were easy to contain as far as I've heard from authorities. But we are in the dry season, and of course, the dry season prolongs on into June. That wildfire threat typically increases through March, April, May, and June. And so when you have the higher trade winds, that makes things more docile or more conducive to fueling those fires or fueling those flames, especially up the mountain slopes in south and central Guam. Yeah. The good news is with this weak La Nina-like pattern we're in, we typically have, unfortunately, the stronger trades and more persistent, but we also have a little bit more shower coverage across the region with those trade wind showers. And so that's going to be working to our benefit. But keep in mind, 2020, 21, and 22, those were La Nina years, and we never really had much of a wildfire outbreak. And so those fuels, those grasses just grow unmitigated. And you had Mawar in 2023 knock down all the brush, all the trees. So there's a lot of debris. And so it's kind of a cyclical pattern. You need to have the wildfires from time to time to help burn off some of the excess growth and dead limbs and stuff. But then if it goes too long without mitigation efforts, yeah, you could have a potential firestorm when we have a major El Nino drought condition.
Yeah, usually only does that when I'm hiking.
Yeah,
so you go into certain places and you're kind of looking at the, is that a wildfire? Yeah, that is a wildfire out there. Where's it going? Towards me. How about that? All right, back down the trail, guys. 6:58 and change. I appreciate your time here as usual, and the weather forecast for the weekend looks good. I hope you don't get stuck inside all week.
Hope not.
All right, buddy. I'll see you out there. Have a great one. Landon Idlett from the National Weather Service. Just talking weather, because that's the big factor on just about everything in some of the major headlines that we've going on. Because all the rest of it, if we don't talk about the weather, the only other thing that we've got to talk about is, as Ismail says, 10 days, not from today. It's only the 9th in stateside. There's still morning Carter stateside, so we got to do the daylight savings time. So it's another 11 days between now and the inauguration
so he can use a bathroom
President
in the White
Trump.
House.
What's that?
Till he can use a bathroom
Absolutely.
in the White House.
President Trump, whose power was immense after his comeback win, enhanced by the coming full Republican control of Congress, has expanded that power substantially in the 9 weeks since his victory. He has not yet been sworn in as President of the United States of America, but there are journalists out there now that are writing all the stories about everybody that is coming to him now, all of these world leaders that are coming to him right now and trying to curry favor. Ron and Cindy De La Rosa asking any update on the accident in Barragata, a bit past Commercial Tire, if you're headed southbound. Yeah, it does not look good out there. If your regular route starts at the Micronesia Mall and ends up at 8, 10, and 16, alternate routes are suggested. Get off that road as quick as you can. We are starting to see traffic build up from south from Commercial Tire south around the curve, and it's both directions. Things are going slow. If you can at all, by all means, avoid that area this morning and let the police conduct whatever investigation that they need to do. If you are near the front of it, And you got a camera, grab me a picture of it, would you? And send it to 797-8255. That's the meme machine. It's also one of the best uses of the meme machine. I know we all got funny stuff we want to share, but on mornings like this, where we've got a serious traffic accident creating a bottleneck, people are going to want to know what's going on. Help out, would you? Like I said, 797-8255. Now news from Fox.
Wildfire briefing at the White House. Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Biden set to hold a meeting with senior officials on the federal response to the fires devastating the Los Angeles region, killing at least 5 people, destroying more than 2,000 homes, businesses, and other structures, leaving some residents questioning local leadership.
People are like, no, you didn't have just wind, you didn't have water, and you didn't have firefighters to spray that water. And had you had planning and more water and fire hydrants that were checked and worked, you could have saved a lot more houses. You're not going to save all the houses, but you could have saved more. So you talk to the people in and around Pacific Palisades, and they are angry at the response.
Fox's Trace Gallagher. L.A. Mayor Karen Bass, facing questions about the fire response and fire department budget cuts, is promising an evaluation.
To look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Fire crews have been able to make some progress as hurricane-force winds diminish, but nearly 200,000 people were still under evacuation orders today. In the U.S. Senate just a short time ago,
on this vote, the yeas are 84 and the nays are 9.
that broke a filibuster on the Laken-Riley Act, which would require Immigration and Customs Enforcement to detain illegal immigrants arrested for theft and burglary, named after the Georgia nursing student murdered by a man who entered the U.S. illegally and is now imprisoned for life.
A swath of conservative Democrats jumped on board to back the plan. That included Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman and freshman Democrat Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Both represent swing states.
Fox's Chad Pergram on the Hill. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer supporting today's vote to allow debate and possible amendments. America is listening to Fox News.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Their services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 671-588-4651 or visit apl.com.
The nation says goodbye to the 39th president.
President Biden delivered a eulogy at the funeral for former President Jimmy Carter at the Washington National Cathedral, attended by every living man to hold the office. But Carter's grandson, Jason Carter, says his grandfather was influenced his whole life by the small town where he grew up.
Yes, they spent 4 years in the governor's mansion and 4 years at the White House, but the other 92 years they spent at home in Plains, Georgia.
Carter died on December 29th at the age of 100. He was the longest living ex-president in U.S. history. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Wall Street was closed today on a national day of mourning for former President Carter. Russian officials say they're paying attention to what the president-elect is saying.
President Trump said it again this week when asked about trying to acquire Greenland. He said he would not promise that he wouldn't use military coercion when it came to the Panama Canal or Greenland.
We need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world.
President Putin's press secretary, Dmitry Peskov, said the Arctic is a zone of their national interest and that they are watching what he called the rather dramatic developments of the situation closely, but so far, thank God, only at the level of statements, he said.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal, the Putin spokesman, also mocking Europe's reaction to the Trump comments as almost a whisper. U.S. mortgage rates inching up for a fourth straight week. The average 30-year fixed rate from mortgage giant Freddie Mac hitting 6.93% at a time when the median home price is also rising steadily. The government's report on December home sales is due out later this month. Tomorrow, we get the December jobs report. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair.
This Saturday, join us as we showcase an array of healthcare businesses to help guide you into a lifestyle of healthy habits and wellness. Special thanks to The Relief Shop,
St. Luke's Referral Office,
Pacific Life Chiropractor,
Guam Cancer Care,
Toto Guam Foundation,
DPHSS Tobacco Program,
Spa and Wellness. Take Care,
DPHSS Cancer Program,
G6 Fitness,
and DPHSS Diabetes Program.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. Justin Daniel Allison, a homeless man, has been charged with burglary and criminal mischief after an incident on December 23 in Tamuning. A woman reported a pink duffel bag falling on her car, and when she looked up, she saw Allison on the roof of the Baltej building. Police later found him with stolen Christmas ornaments and clothing. Allison was also linked to a break-in attempt. He faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted. He remains in custody on $1,000 bail. Meanwhile, Senator Tello Taitugui wants an immediate oversight hearing for Guam Homeland Security and Civil Defense. She's urging Committee Chair Sean Gumatautau to address concerns raised by the public auditor. A December audit found $2.8 million in questionable overtime costs and highlighted poor management, missing plans, and a lack of standard procedures. The report also noted $8.4 million owed to the general fund and $34.7 million in questionable FEMA grant costs. Taitugui says allegations of commingling federal funds and mismanagement demand urgent action. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Senator Joseph Augustine outlined his priorities for the new legislative session, including bills to regulate electronic nicotine delivery systems, or ENDS, set a local minimum wage tied to the cost of living, and prevent credit card fees from being passed on to consumers for government services. St. Augustine stressed the need to reintroduce these measures, many of which were not addressed in the previous legislative term. But lawmakers will have to wait until Monday to process and introduce bills. This delay raised concerns for Senator Therese Terlahi, who questioned its legality and transparency, urging the immediate processing of bills. And Public Health has paid its debt to Health Services of the Pacific, or HSP, preventing a suspension of services for seniors. HSP had warned of service suspensions and employee furloughs due to unpaid invoices, but Public Health Director Teresa Areola confirmed payments for October and November invoices were processed and services will continue. Areola explained the delays were due to contract registration issues at DOA. She reassured the public that services would not stop and vowed to avoid future payment delays to ensure essential services remain uninterrupted. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
All right, 7:09 in the morning, and we got plenty of weather with Landon, so I'll just do the real headline part of it right now. And some great pictures coming in from all over the place. I think this one here came from Diz, close to the airport now. It looks like the airport. Didn't that look like the part of a wing hanging over, and the rest of it looks like a runway?
Yeah.
Sunrise picture on Guam, and I tell you what, we've had some great sunrises and great sunsets over the last couple of days. Keep the pictures coming in, and in case you missed it, we did get a picture from somebody about the accident out in Barragata. So if you're southbound, if you're on 810, if you are south on Route 16, headed towards 810 and 16, if you have not yet passed the 76 Circle K that leads to the airport, take that turn. Take that turn because you are going to get stuck. You're going to get stuck just as you're passing Barragata Heights, where the commercial tire place is. That's where the accident is, and I got a picture of it right now. It looks like a Jeep is smashed into a white sedan of one kind or another. The police are suggesting that you take alternative routes. There's going to be definitely some slowdowns. I don't know if traffic is moving through that area right now. Also, don't know if there's any injuries or anything like that. So just be aware that road is going to cause you a nightmare this morning, and if you can get around it, that'd be great. Isolated showers in the forecast for today, and then mostly sunny for the rest of the day. Highs near 88 degrees. Easterly winds up to about 15 miles an hour today. 20 tomorrow, maybe 22 and higher on Sunday. But that's okay. I can handle the wind. I don't need the rain. We need grill marks this weekend, and we got nothing but grill marks for today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Daytime highs about 87 degrees over the next couple of days. It's just going to be absolutely gorgeous. With a heat index today, we'll feel like 96, only a 20% chance of rain. There are rip currents and high surf warnings, as the man said. We're going to be seeing some higher tides moving through here in the next couple of days, northern and eastern exposures. Sunrise this morning was at 6:47, and sunset tonight is going to be 10 after 6. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather, and a little bit of traffic together here on The Point.
It's hard to believe, but Security Title is celebrating 25 years. This milestone reflects the dedication of our employees, who are as passionate about our work as we are about our community. We are deeply grateful to the realtors, lenders, attorneys, investors, and to all the buyers and sellers we serve. Your support has kept our doors open for the past 25 years and is the reason for our success. Security Title looks back with gratitude and forward with optimism to the journey ahead. Thank you, Guam.
Bring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any Whopper, Burger King, or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23rd, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
712 Ray Gibson Show. Portion is brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the team over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. The end of the year steel deals continue into the beginning of the new year. That's the big deal. That's the headline from NissanGuam.com. 25% off some of your favorite rides. Which rides? Go to the website. Take a look. Arrange a test drive. Talk to them about financing. Talk to them about their first-time buyer program and more at NissanGuam.com.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Hey, Real Joe, 160
It's
pound
Friday.
Real Joe. I know it's Friday.
Oh, okay.
You know what you can do tomorrow?
What can I do
First thing in the morning,
wake up.
Guam Running Club's 48th annual Cross Island 10-mile run is tomorrow morning.
A 10-miler. That sounds like fun.
Bro, it's not the distance with this one. Race will start at about 6 o'clock in the morning at the intersection of 1 and 17, Cross Island Road. Runners will stay on Route 17 until you get to Route 5. Then you head towards the Sumai Payless. left on 2 Alpha, and then finish at the park right across 76 gas station in Agate.
Solid.
While you're on Route 17, runners will be running on the side road. So motorists beware see if they can do something about lane closures. But generally, this is an interesting race for a lot of reasons. Number one, you start on a hill. You know where the pump station is right after the intersection, right? You're just going up the hill, and they've got the pump station, the GWA pump station. That's the beginning of the race. That's where the rally point is.
Fun.
And then you run up to where the Kamatsili store is, past that, around the curve, and then you just
whip it around.
You just stay on that road till you get to the Payless.
All the way to Windward.
It's fun. It's fun, and there's only a couple of hills.
Yeah.
Yeah, after you start,
there's
just a couple of hills there that you got to get past. But there's a great one just as you're coming out of the Cowboy area in Santa Rita, and then there's this beautiful
pizzeria area.
Yes, there's this beautiful long downhill that takes you from Santa Rita. Anyway, so just if you're a member of the Guam Running Club, wake up early tomorrow morning. I wish I could be there with you.
Yeah, we do.
But
we really wish.
I'm being my knees. I'm being my high blood, whatever.
Can't find our compression socks.
I don't know where my compression socks are. 7:15 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. I wanted to take it. We normally do businessy stuff here, but what with it being the National Day of Mourning for Jimmy Carter, there is no market to speak of. So any of the numbers that I gave you yesterday, when I finally got around to doing it, are the same numbers that we're going to be talking about this morning, and not a whole lot of movement where it comes to commodities and exchange rates and things like that. I'll get to those numbers in a second. I want to give Real Joe an opportunity to give me the Bitcoin number before we do anything else. Real Joe?
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah, 716 this morning.
$92,200.
Whoa,
and 11 cents.
Oh, this is
11 centavos.
It was 94 and change yesterday.
Sure was.
Today, when I got into work, it was 92,900, and you say now it's 92,002? Something like that?
That is correct.
All right. Thanks very much. We'll take a look at a couple of other numbers. In the meantime, speaking of businessy stuff, I got to do shouts to everybody over at the Guam Chamber of Commerce. Kitty Cat, Catherine Castro's on the line. Buenas and Half a Day, Cat. How you doing?
Hey there. Good morning. Stuck in traffic with that unfortunate accident there. So, prayers out to everybody. And let's be nice to each other because this traffic is no joke.
Zipper merge here. Zipper merge, everybody. You're in one lane. Let the next guy go. And if it's one of those things. Don't be rude about it. If somebody needs to get in the lane, get them into the lane. You'll all arrive at the same time, and you'll get past the accident at the same time as well. 7:17 in the morning. Are there cops there? Have you gotten in near the front of that?
Oh yes, they're the ones that are turning people around.
Oh, they're turning them around. So depending on
the road is completely blocked.
All right, depending on which way you're going, you may have to do some serious backtracking here. So be prepared to hang a U. Again, there's a major accident that is snaggling traffic in front of the commercial tire center at the south entrance to Barragata Heights. Don't know what the nature of the injuries may be right now, but it's going to take them a while to untangle that for sure. 7:17. Anyway, so I got Kat on the line because I got a note yesterday. The chamber is seeking nominations for the Business Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
This is a big deal.
We're super excited.
Yeah.
It is a big deal. And so, last year we were so proud to induct Bob Solis into Guam Business Hall of Fame. And so now, we've still got visionaries. We've still got folks that are doing great things in the business community and for the people of Guam. And so we're looking for additional nominations that the committee can consider, maybe to induct in the 2025 Guam Business Hall of Fame.
I've always been part of the program, as a master of ceremonies and somebody that's carried a microphone, and it's just incredible to find out about some of these laureates that we've got out, in the community, and hear not just from them and their family, but from time to time, we'll bring up employees, longtime members of their business family, and find out a little bit more about the nature of the person behind these businesses and these enterprises that we've got here on Guam. And I tell you what, those are I think maybe among the most heartwarming parts of those programs.
Exactly. I absolutely agree. And, I have to say that one of the heartwarming ones that I witnessed was when we inducted your dad. And so that was, that was really, a very nice one. So, congratulations to your father as well, Ray.
Yeah, it took a little bit of the limelight away from Mr. Moylan, from Kurt Moylan, who was the actual laureate that night. Pop got an honorary recognition, but yeah, that was a terrific time, and I look back on that with a whole heck of a lot of pride for the evening. 7:19. So, what is there a criteria that people need to be considered for?
Yes, there is. So, you've got to have been in business for at least 10 years. You had to have at least gone through some kind of adversity and come away successfully. You have had to had major contributions to the industry and to the community of Guam. So those are the, just the foundational criteria, and then you've got to provide additional, stuff, right, to back up your nomination.
Oh, yeah. This is you need to get creative on this. Don't leave it to Chat GPT or Grok. You'll need to actually sit down and give this some thought. Deadline for nominations is not until the end of February. And if you want information, then just call anybody over at the chamber. Do you have to be a member of the chamber to be recognized?
No, not at all. Not at all. And actually, we invite folks to come to our office because we've got the Guam Business Hall of Fame panel up. So, it's such a great feeling to take a look at the folks who have made Guam what it is today. And it's just fantastic to be able to, an honor to be able to, keep their memories alive and to show folks that, as inspiration, right? That, they can do it. We can, certainly do these things too. And so it takes some, hard work, grit, some resources, and, passion and vision. And so we're hopeful that, people will be inspired and that they'll want to, look at other folks and say, hey, these guys deserve this recognition.
Well,
so,
anybody that's anybody been on business on Guam and been doing it for 10 years, you would win an award anywhere else on the planet. It's not easy doing business on Guam. We're at the end of the supply chains. We're on the other side of the date line. It's tougher to do business here, and so if you've got that in and of itself is an accolade that you've been able to stay in the game for as long as you have. 7:21. We'll switch from that again. If you want information, just go find the chamber people. They'll hook you up with all of the splains and all the criteria and the bona fides that your nominee is going to need. But I do want to pass along what I consider to be some great news. I mean, everybody's talking about this being in the doldrums and tourism is down, and I know that there might be a lot of people out there that are thinking, well, that's it for Guam. And I got to say, it's not. I was at the grand opening celebration yesterday for IT&E's new location, a new retail location for them over at the Pacific Place, which is in and of itself an all-new building that they have rehabilitated and refurbed. It is going to be the next big jewel in the Tamuning area, and hopefully all of the other buildings in the area take note and start sprucing things up for themselves. But having said that, IT&E is expanding and growing. Play Works, which is being put together by the kids for the grandkids of the U family over at the Micronesia Mall. That's going to have a grand opening celebration this weekend. And today, we will be among the first to be able to throw a bowling ball down the bowling alley over at Leo Palace. They're reopening the lanes there and the little karaoke bar. And that's just off the top of my head. Can you think of any other businesses that are growing, expanding, any grand openings that we're going to be attending soon?
There are a few, and I don't want to take anybody's thunder away from them, but certainly congratulations to all of those folks. That means there's positive things that are happening, and people are looking at Guam in a positive light. And so certainly, we have to continue to do the work to make it so that folks will continue to invest in Guam, take some money out of their savings, and do things for Guam, and keep on with that positive thinking, positive attitude, and of course, there's stuff to back that up, right? We've got DoD investment here that is just amazing. It's huge, and we should all be, looking at opportunities to, how can we take advantage of that? So, congratulations again to all of the folks that are
putting it to
making
work,
the investment and doing that.
taking the risk. Maybe in 10 years we'll make you executives.
Exactly.
And in 10 years we'll make you put you in the Business Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame.
All right, Kat. Listen, I'm going to let you run 7:24 in the morning, and careful on the roadways here. 888-8255-888-TALK. Getting a note here from my buddy Rick Cruz. Saw him taking pictures over at ITNA yesterday. Emergency personnel responding to a serious accident on Route 16 near the Commercial Tire Center in Barragata right now. Expect delays in traffic if you're traveling through the area. Consider taking alternate routes if possible. And just a note, I don't know to what degree it would be helpful in this particular case, but once you're at that end of Route 16, there's really not a whole lot of opportunities for you to take a side road to somewhere else. There was a once upon a time, years and years ago, where there used to be behind the Commercial Tire Center a gate. And the gate was almost always open, and if you minded your business and held your nose right and didn't speed through the area, the Navy didn't have a problem with you going through what was the old antenna farm, and it would allow you to cut from one end of Route 16, like I said, by the Tire Center, and go through where the old golf course was, the Garden Readiness Center, and then pop out.
Dude, there's a good jump there.
You
could jump your car back there, Ray.
In the backside of
you
Route
could
8.
Dukes of Hazzard.
I recall. And I missed the area where there used to be the baseball field. That was always a nice place to go and hang out, play baseball. And I don't know, the Guard built something big up there, and I don't know where anybody plays baseball. But there was, like I said, a once upon a time where if things were ugly on Route 16, you had a way to get to Route 8. It was a little bit slower, a little bit more crowded, but still in all, it was a way to do that. I don't know why they closed it down, but they did. And I'm just saying, we got two admirals now. Maybe you guys can go on a walking tour of that old property and see if there's any reason why it needs to continue to be all locked up, and let civilians use it once again. 726, Jerry Roberts in the studio. And just before I get to him, there's the last couple of numbers I want to look at before anything else. West Texas crude, $73.90 for a barrel of that. That's down from where it was yesterday, but still too close to the mid-70s for me. Going to Japan, let me see, 158.11 yen against the dollar, still 58 for the Philippine peso, 58.47 today, and South Korean won is flat at 1,459. And like we said, Bitcoin in the low 92,000s, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry.
Listen to me like I'm going, hey.
Well, it's time to buy.
Look, it's so cheap now. Go get plenty. All right, Jerry Roberts in studio. Must be time for the Extra Point. It's a Friday, so this will be a very special Extra Point.
We're closing off that series.
Yeah. It's a great series. It's an awesome series. If you haven't had a chance to listen to it every day, by all means, go to GuamTraining.com and download the transcripts. Jerry Roberts, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. What's the big deal, Jerry?
Thank you, sir. Today we close off the series featuring the ideas of an old marketing friend, ideas that fit his business and are likely a good fit for what you do. The last segment deals with a topic we've talked about before, chasing perfection, and the concept that we always need to be looking to do a little bit extra if we really want to be successful. We're going to jump into this next on the Extra Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to FHB.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Most people, from time to time, make a plan. It could be for work or for something we do in our off hours. We put in all the details, then we tweak it again, and again. And we know it's going to work exactly the way that we've drawn it up. All the race plans work out that way. It's a work of planning art. Dare I say perfection. Then it doesn't work. So now what? Here's the problem. While we were spending so much time trying to perfect the plan, we sacrificed something important for success, and that thing is called momentum. What if we had spent less time making the plan and the rest of the time taking action, as in imperfect action? How far down the road might we be? This comes straight from the marketer friend of mine. He was the guy who planned every product creation and marketing campaign in excruciating detail. I remember this fella. I remember the kind of thing he talked about back in the day. While doing that, he saw that his competitors were able to launch 2 products during the same time frame. 2 products very profitably, while he was just trying to scrape out one and making mediocre profits, if any at all. He found out that their secret to doing this had to do with less planning and more momentum. Does it mean you shouldn't plan with care? No, you should. Does it mean you should ignore details? No, details can be important. What it boils down to is that you have to know when enough is enough and to just get going. Learn as you go and make adjustments as needed. As some people say, build the plane after takeoff while you're flying it. My marketing friend, when he figured this out, began using a strategy that many big online marketers use for creating their products. Instead of making the product and then putting together the advertising program to sell it, he would buy ads to sell it, and if the sales met his expectations, then he would make the product. Interesting, eh? If the campaign flopped, he'd simply refund the purchases and move on to the next idea. The second part of our conversation is about doing more. Do we need to impress our bosses or our clients with a lot of extra effort? Give me some room on this one, because I've always been an advocate of doing more, but doing it when there is a strategic advantage to gain and it gets you, let's say, on the boss's radar screen. Some people do more to gain advantage. Others do it because more is what's needed at the moment. The marketer would say that you only do more when you're already producing top results in your basic work. Got that? He would tell the product creator to improve the products he already has, or to improve the marketing plans for those products, because he or she would be missing out on a lot of sales. So what I tell young people is to master the job they were hired for before they ask for more. Now, is master, quote unquote, master too strong a word for you in this case? All right. How about getting really good at it? How about being the best there is at that job for your employer? If things aren't going well at whatever you're doing already in your job or life, the last thing you should do is to spread your focus even more thinly and make more demands on your time. Today's message is simple. Progress will beat the pitch for perfection in almost all cases. And becoming great at one thing is far more effective than developing average skills in many things. What are you good at? What would it take? What would it take to make you great? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good, maybe even great, happen today for 93.3 FM. The Ray Gibson Show.
I know that
and
guy.
First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right. Well, I'm not going to put you on the spot here, but something to ponder for the day. Guam Chamber is seeking nominations for the Business Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And you know people that have been nominated and have been awarded that incredible title. So here's some of the criteria. Individuals must be recognized as a model entrepreneur, having their own money at risk in the spirit of free enterprise, or having made a significant contribution to the success of their company or profession, have developed a company or structure that enhanced productivity, quality, and profits, served as a role model, encouraging others to be entrepreneurs, and demonstrating civic as well as corporate leadership, and having resided or worked in Guam for at least the last 10 years. And then they're looking for companies with criteria along the same line. So the thing about some of the individuals that we know, that because we've both been knocking around here for a while and know some of these players. Some of them, well-recognized power players, and then there's a bunch of guys who are just kind of behind the scenes that just kind of been plugging away at it all these years.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks out there that would qualify for that. It's interesting when because sometimes you lose track of time, right? And you realize that some people that you were friends with, you've known for a long time, actually have been awarded some of these things, right? Yes. Really, you won that thing?
Just do it while they're still alive. Make the nomination now, or they're still kicking.
I think that's a key point. When you look at the people who have done it for the long haul, longevity matters, right? And they say 10 years, but we know people that have been doing this 20, 30, maybe even 40 years. Well, they've been plugging along and getting it done. There's a lot of people in this community who are deserving of such an award. So will I name any of them? No. Because
I'm just saying
it's the one you don't name. You were on the radio. You didn't mention my name.
Just assume if you're listening to the broadcast and you think that you are laureate material. Yeah, we're talking about you and your company for sure. 7:34 in the morning. I'm going to try to stay on top of this and see if I might be able to get an inkling of some of the people that have been nominated. You can get yours in until the 27th at 5 o'clock, and the 27th of February at the Chamber of Commerce. Find Catherine or anybody that answers the phone over at the Chamber, and
it is a wonderful award.
It really, really is. It's a terrific night, and there's a lot of celebrating going on when it happens. 7:35 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Check out Burger King, and among your last chances to win big with the Coca-Cola Premium Prize Packs, they've got until January the 19th to figure out how you're going to play and win that. News here also being brought to you by Hoffaday Realty. We got Auntie Loli, Libby, Saran, Joe D. You got questions about real estate? Is now a good time to buy property in Manilao? Maybe they can help you answer that question. 588-4232. Now at the news and the headlines, here's Donna D. Donna, what's going on?
A serious crash on Route 16 near Commercial Tire Depot is causing major traffic delays. The Guam Fire Department responded at 6:18 this morning, finding 2 male occupants, one in each vehicle. Rescue teams had to extricate the victims before transporting them to Naval Hospital and GRMC. Police are investigating and urge drivers to take alternate routes. The conditions of the victims are still unknown. Meanwhile, Health Oversight Chair Senator Sabrina Salas-Matanana gave GMH a failing grade after a tour of the facility yesterday. Issues include leaky roofs and mold, with repairs costing millions. Senators support building a new hospital in Manilao and agree that the current facility may not withstand another major typhoon. And the Japanese School of Guam will host the Tomodachi Run 2025 this Sunday morning at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The 5K starts at 6, the 2K at 6:10, and the 1K at 7. Participants can win raffle prizes, enjoy refreshments, and watch live Japanese drumming and dancing. Register at JapaneseSchoolGuam.com. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Yeah, you said 1K. And I'm going, okay, that's for me. That's for starters. That's for guys.
I'll do it.
I'm going to whip those kids.
It's a bunny hill.
Yeah. Do you have a master? Do you have a grandmaster category for your 1K? I don't know. It's fairly flat in that area. It's just kind of go that way and then come back. Run for 25, 30 seconds and run back. That is about, for some people, that might be that 1K experience. 7:37 on the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way.
Make your New Year's sweeter and celebrate with Cold Stone Creamery. Try a cheesecake named Desire ice cream cake, made with layers of moist yellow cake, raspberry puree, and cheesecake ice cream mixed with graham cracker pie crust wrapped in a fluffy raspberry frosting. Order online at coldstonecreamery.com. Give them a call or visit them at their Micronesia Mall or GPO locations. They're open on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Cold Stone Creamery, premium ice cream cakes made fresh daily.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with the Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Spend the first part of your new year with us. Enjoy an array of healthcare businesses showcasing how they can help you create a journey of wellness and how to create healthy habits. Mark the date, January 11th, for the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, presented by Star 101, Boss 104, The Point, and Guam Premier Outlets.
7:38, Ray Gibson Show, and that's the Beyond the Box time. Swing by Beyond the Box, first floor of the Micronesia Mall while the kids are playing up in the Playworks places. They have their grand opening over the weekend. You let them check that place out. You check out Beyond the Box and see all the cool toys that they've got. It's a new year. And my guess is they're going to be clearing out some of the old inventory to make room for some of the new tech that's going to be coming out in 2025. So check out the prices, check out the cool toys they've got waiting for you at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. Man, boy, I tell you what, when you ask people to help out, they come and help out in droves. Big numbers of people that are sending in pictures right now of the accident scene up on Route 16 around the commercial tire area. Traffic in both directions being turned around by police officers. Not a whole lot by way of alternative routes. If you have not yet passed any of the fail-safe, what do we call it? The fail-safe zones where you can still got room to turn around, then by all means turn around and leave that to the cops and the fire guys and the ambulance drivers and all of that. Other traffic happening on Guam's roadways. Let me see if I can find a little bit more. There it is. Oh, boy, it's ugly everywhere, isn't it? Let me zoom out a little bit and get a higher altitude view of what's going on. Traffic up in Dededo might be some of the smoothest traffic you're going to find right now. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, making your way towards Waisengsong. Slower than normal, but not terrible. Intersection traffic between there and the intersection of 1 and 3 by GRMC. That's a fairly busy spot, and it looks like we've got some stop and go happening there. Once you get past that, should be a straight shot past the hamburger joints into Upper Tumon and the Tamuning area. You will find some traffic up around the Kmart area, but after that should be okay until you get to the Donkey Village intersection. Looks like we've got slower, much slower than you know what this looks like. This looks like afternoon drive, not morning drive. Look at how slow the traffic is moving southbound from around the Donkey Village intersection all the way to where the ITC building is on Talon San Antonio. We got a little bit of traffic in the northbound direction, but crazy southbound, and I'm not sure why. Looking at traffic on 8, 10, and 16, like I said, we've got the snarling over by Commercial Tire, and then you've got Route 8. Things running much slower than usual on Route 8. You are going to run into traffic northbound towards the 8, 10, and 16 intersection. Then southbound again. Once you get past the McMobile intersection, you're going to see some traffic slowing down between there and what looks like the car place. After that, nice shot. You should be able to, if you've passed that already, that's it for the Vale of Tears. Should be able to get into the downtown Agutnia with no major problems. Only other thing that's going to slow you down is traffic before you get to the Cost You Less intersection on Route 4. Man, lousy day for driving today, huh? 7:41 in the morning, drive to the conditions, and as Catherine Castro said, be nice to each other. Go and let the car in. It's all right, you know, but don't do it if there's like 18 million cars behind you, because you're just, you know, you don't direct traffic with the hood of the car. If we need to merge to everybody get in the same lane, then yeah, let the guy in. But, you know, it's, I don't know. Unless she's pretty, unless she's cute, right? Unless you think he might have a chance, then otherwise just be nice to everybody. At 7:41, I'll be right back.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Talon San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. But Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Your future starts at GCC. Are you ready to level up your education? Don't miss out. Guam Community College is an open registration for the spring 2025 semester. Classes start January 8th, but hurry. Registration ends Friday, January 10th. We've extended office hours for your convenience. Drop by between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., January 6th to January 10th. Financial aid? Yup, we've got that too. Just stop by or give us a call. Visit guamcc.edu/apply or call 671-735-5531 to get started. Don't wait. Your future starts at GCC.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
I'm telling you, 888-8255, 888-TALK. The idea that there might be some people floating around in the L.A. area actually setting fires, and that's just you just got to wonder about, you know, what goes through people's heads. Another scam I'll tell you about in a couple of seconds as we're going through some of the other things around here. 734, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Who we got coming in? Do we have a phone call coming in from somebody?
Jimmy.
Jimmy Craig.
Yeah,
okay,
the congressman.
Yeah, we'll see what's happening in Washington, D.C.
He went
and-
to the funeral too.
Oh, he did.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, got it. There's some interesting videos floating around there. There's a picture of Barack Obama sitting next to Donald Trump.
Yeah, they're chatting it up.
They're having a good time. Somebody. And
He's
there's
like, we almost
there's
got
already
you,
a
Don.
meme. There's
We
already a
almost
meme.
got you.
It says, and so you got Donald Trump leaning into smiling. Barack Obama says, so then I said, I'll name it the Gulf of America. Isn't that great?
Yeah, how's Big Mike?
And I think there's another piece of video floating around where Kamala Harris is kind of put out by these two having a conversation and actually yakking with each other. I don't know, some crazy stuff that's going on out there. I kind of bristle at the idea though. It's interesting, and they've got all of the living former presidents and current presidents in the same place. Number one, but number two, these guys are having a good time. They're yucking it up.
It's a club
At a funeral. They're making jokes.
Yeah,
They're doing
it's a celebration.
He's doing pull my finger jokes at somebody's funeral. I don't know about that. 7:44. Go outside if you're going to make jokes, boys. No talking in the rotunda. Bottom of the hour. I'm sorry, quarter away from 8 o'clock in the morning. Bunch of other stories that I've got in my hands, including one where there's going to be increases. And they're increasing the income eligibility requirements for people to get on the SNAP programs. What? What's that? Yeah. Because it's a needs-based program, and for some families, they might be making just a little bit more than the threshold. So it looks like they're going to be making some changes on that. And we've got, I might go through some of the income requirements and some of the bonuses, the benefits, a little bit later on in the show. 7:45 in the morning. Jimmy Craig Moylan on the line.
Straight out of Washington.
Out of Washington, D.C. Buenos and Havade, Congressman Moylan, how are you doing today?
It's the sun's out, but it's quite cold and windy, and snow is melting, and it probably will snow again this weekend. That's what they're expecting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, doing good.
Well, you're going to need to make room in the living room and maybe a spare bedroom, because I know that there's a whole bunch of Guamis that are going to be heading to Washington, D.C. My understanding is all of the hotel rooms are booked, so you might make room for a couple of boarders for the inauguration that's going to be taking place about 11 days from right now on this side of the date line. But the big news out of Washington, D.C. is President Carter lying in state in the Capitol, and it looks like an opportunity for a gathering of all of the living presidents that we've got. What was that like for you?
Well, we were invited for the House and the Senate with the Carter family right when the remains of the former president came on in to the rotunda. So we were there for the ceremonial entry of the president and the singing by the Air Force Choir, and it was very humbling experience, and very good to see how our nation respects our former president. So we stood throughout the whole event because it was quite crowded, and but very nice to have that ability to be there in history and.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this is an historic moment, as you think about how many presidents we've had, how many presidents have lied in state, how many have lived as long as Jimmy Carter has. I'm sure that there was that feeling while you were there. Okay, guys, it's kind of goosebump moment. This is history, and I'm here in front of it.
Yes. And after we completed with the senators and House and members of the Carter family, the following hour and until midnight, the public was able to come on through, and then the whole day, the body stayed there, and that's when the president, I think, came the next evening, and the other presidents who were able to come also did as well.
So
I had the lunch.
I was going to say, is there somebody like Tony Atta walking around and making sure everybody knew where the food was in the back and that kind of thing?
No, not at all. No refreshments. It's not like
they didn't have the guy. The guy is in the back of the Congress. We're going to have a little merienda. So thank you very much for coming. Make sure that you have a tuna sandwich, egg sandwich, and some soup. I'm sorry, it's funny in my head. I got to get it out of my head. So now that where will the burial take place? Because they brought the body from Plains, Georgia, didn't they?
They did. Now that one I don't recall really, but they did. The body was brought over, and then it was escorted on horse and carriage. And coming down
as they will do. There's a significant amount of tradition that goes into all of this. I mean, it's got to be something along the lines of burying a pope or something like that. Fortunately, we already know who the next president is going to be. We don't have to worry too much about that. What are your thoughts, being in Washington D.C., about some of the statements and just the way the transition to a Trump administration seems to have already been taking place, and it seems like you can almost feel palpably the power of the United States of America restoring, coming back in the form of Donald Trump. I mean, when you get together with the other guys in the House, what are your thoughts about some of the statements like Gulf of America and 51st state and wanting to take over Greenland, all of that? What are you guys thinking about?
Yeah, well, we're focused. The House is focused on the appropriation measures and the budget. We know what the president wants, why he was elected. That's the border control, the economy, fuel, and public safety overall, and especially getting down the deficit. So right now, our priorities, and we were working over last Saturday too, regarding the reconciliation of the bills in further discussion, and we continue to meet regarding the appropriation measures to ensure if there's any questions, these are where the committee is going with this. If you have any problems, let us know how we can make it better. But we're really shooting to ensure that this is the president's one big bill budget that's going to get by the majority of the Republican Party. So that's the goal. And I also met with our committee on foreign affairs too, and we're dividing it up with what regions. I got the Asia side as well. But what we're doing for the region in regards to how President Trump sees things too. So it's all focused in that direction for what the president wants to do, and working with the Senate. We also have Senate coming to visit the House, so we're in open communication. So we really need things to go quickly.
Yeah, everybody. Well, I mean, plus the nominations and the appointments that he's been making, that needs to happen rather rapidly to get the right people in the right places, so we can as we want here on Guam, hit the ground running with this new administration. On one side, we look at it and say, okay, great, we've got somebody in here. We're going to restore some fiscal discipline in the federal government. We're going to do something about the massive deficit that our kids, grandkids, great-grandkids are going to still have to deal with as they get born and raised. But then on the other side of that is, how do we make sure that some of the federal government aid, largesse, and money that comes from Washington, D.C., it's a huge pipe of money, and they never seem to be running out. I know we don't have to worry too much about the construction, military defense issues, things like that. But what about some of the other things, some of the other spend that Guam gets, some of the grants and dough that comes out here? We got to make sure that none of that is endangered as the Doge comes into effect and as the president makes his wishes known a little bit more clearly.
Right, and that's why I attend all these meetings to ensure if something's brought up. But at this point, there is no direct coalition or no direct effect on Guam. The president may have other things in the pipeline, but I haven't seen those. But from the House side, we're still in good shape. So we ensure that what we have in the appropriation measures stays, just like we did for majority of what we needed.
And off the top of my head, the only federal program that I can think of that I've heard people joke about in Washington, D.C., although it's vital to us, is the tree snake eradication programs and tree snake control. Hasn't that shown up on those pork lists? They're like, oh my God, and we're trying to eradicate a snake on Guam by airdropping mice with asprin in it. So I worry that there might be some guys in the Hill that go, well, maybe we don't need that anymore. We'll go ahead and cut that funding off and do something for buffaloes.
Yeah, most likely, but no, that's like 0.0001 of the overall number that they had to touch. So they're looking at the larger numbers, and especially a lot of the Biden issues and these electric vehicles and these grants for these electric vehicles and we're going to get into natural gas, of course, drilling once again as well to bring down the cost of fuel and buy from U.S. instead of foreign.
Hey, that could help us. I mean, the whole plant that they're building in Ukadu is going to can run on liquid natural gas.
Yes, absolutely. So, looking forward to things coming on in, Trump getting in there, and looking forward to seeing all my friends from Guam. I got a new office here at Cannon Building.
Hey.
And there's a lot of room. Yeah, so looking forward to that.
So Megan, while you're there, do as I have done in past. I remember I was in Washington D.C. for a trade show many years ago, and I thought, while I'm here, maybe I'll spend some time with my congressman. So I spent the better part of an afternoon with Congressman Ben Blas, who ended up having a Marine base named after him. And he says, "What are you doing?"
Right.
He says, "How long are you going to be in town?" I said, "I'm going to be here for a few days." He says, "Let's have breakfast tomorrow." So I got to go eat.
There you go.
There's a cafeteria that they've got there for just Republican senators, right?
Congressman is right. It's the members' lunchroom. Yeah, it's right on the floor near the hearing room. So yes, it's right there. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah, I had a good time. I had breakfast, and then he had a guy drop me off over at the White House, so I could go on a White House tour that I got, with his signature on the tickets. It was a grand old time. So Congressman Jimmy Craig Moylan going to do the same thing for you. So when you get to Washington D.C., visit him in his new office, hang out all afternoon, go to breakfast with him, and make sure that you get the tickets for the White House tour.
There you go. And I had lunch with your uncle today.
Oh, really?
Former Congressman Underwood, and along with Representative from Saipan, Kim.
Yeah, the new girl.
Remember here? Yeah, the new girl. No, but she's wonderful. She's Kim Hines. Yeah. Yes. And she's a wonderful person, and we had good conversation with Underwood and Anthony Lamarina, Tony's son too, and Sandy and myself at the Capitol Hill Club here today for lunch. So.
Did my uncle talk your ear off on his concerns on the defense buildup that we're doing?
No. That wasn't one of our topics.
Okay. I'll send you the paperwork. Leland has been busy doing some serious writing on that and a few other things. Congressman Jimmy Craig, always a pleasure talking with you. Hope you have a great weekend and keep us abreast of what's going on with the inauguration plans. I think there's with as I said, you were touching history there at the state funeral for the former president Jimmy Carter, and you're going to be touching history on the inauguration of Donald Trump here in just a few days.
Yes, absolutely. I'll send you some pictures if I get some good ones.
Oh, yeah. All of that stuff. Never mind that J.D. Vance guy. I want pictures of you and the Trump.
Okay.
J.D. Vance. Or Elon. Okay, I'll settle for pictures of you with Elon. No, wait. Okay, so this is what I want to see. I want to see you and then Melania in the middle, and then Donald Trump on the side.
Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, right on. Work on that, Jim. Have Bobby set that up.
Okay.
He'll take care of it. Look, I got to break away because it's getting crazy. 7:56 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Congressman Jimmy Craig online. A little bit of an update of what's going on in Washington, D.C. There was another story that had to do with Biden signing off on some paperwork. Could make a difference for you depending on where you're getting your annuities from and where your retirement figures are coming in from. In past, there had been a windfall deal that they had put in place, so you weren't getting as much money monthly coming out of Social Security. They have ended that practice now, and that could make a difference, close to $400 for certain retirees here on Guam. I don't have all the details that I said yesterday. Go and find Benita Manglotnia. I guarantee that she's already been on a Zoom meeting to talk about that and a few other things. 7:57 in the morning. Got to take care of some shouts here to see John Ananich watching the program here this morning. Vince Borja, that's Senator Vince Borja hanging out. Have a day to you. I got Marvin Crisostomo, Army Lynn, Brother Ted's there. Gene Fujikawa saying, good morning. Myself and nephew wanted to say hi from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. His first time in Vietnam, enjoying his visit with the family, taking him to all the local food and sites in the city. Take care. Yes, show him all of the Pho Asians.
Yeah.
That's what we're calling them now.
Make him try lumpia.
Shelly's asking me, did you see those people snub Melania? Silly Al Mataping. Yeah, they're like that. I mean, it's always, fairly catty out there. Jackie Barrett online. Buenas noches to Elena Garcia. Ed Untalan. Nice to see you there, bud. Charlie Laurent. Joe and Goko. Buenas noches to Rose Gumabon and Randy Landis. Tropic Shade online. He says, I've become great at doing nothing and must rest afterwards. I see what you're up to there. Reference to what Jerry was talking about in the extra point. Mindy Sanchez, Johnny Atulai, and plenty more. Thanks so much for spending some time here. Is that Charlie Hermosa? Says, don't ask what Guam can do for you. Ask what you can do for Guam.
Good morning, Charlie.
Yeah, it's good to see you there, Charlie. Let's see what's going on. Other things that I might touch on between now and the end of the program. Island of the Endless Summer, opinion from Dr. Ron McNinch. The 38th legislature earned public respect. Okay, they will next week. After the 13th, they will earn the public. Right now, they can't. I don't know what the hell's going on, but apparently some of the things that would normally be in place as you transition from one numbered legislature to another apparently are not in place, and that has been that put the leadership of the legislature into a position where they said, okay, we're going to hold off on everything until it's all good. So you cannot submit anything now. You'll have to wait until the new website is up, and you might want to check the website here this morning, as I did, because when you click on it and you go to Guam Legislature and it says go to our new website, it takes you to the website for the 37th Guam Legislature. Clearly, there needs to be some work on that. Who is the IT Kuya over at the legislature? Tzadik Ambi, Tzadik, get it done there, because we need to see what bills are going to be that are being proposed for review by the legislature. Joe St. Augustine's got a list. I'll go over that in the next hour of the program. Stand by now. It's time for Fox News.
Miles of homes in ruin. Elisa Brady, Fox News. And the firefight isn't over yet in Southern California, with tens of thousands still under evacuation orders and the biggest of several wildfires still uncontained as hurricane-force winds subside in some areas.
For us in firefighter speak, it's a horizontal fire. It's a structure-to-structure fire spread that is a conflagration. No firefighter, no suppression efforts is going to get in front of that.
U.S. Fire Administrator Lori Moore Merrill calling conditions ahead of the fires extreme. Sheriff's officials say it's not clear yet how many people have died with search and rescue efforts ongoing, but a sixth death has just been confirmed after a body was found in Malibu. President Biden holding a briefing on the federal response.
And folks, I want to underscore, I told the governor and local officials, spare no expense to do what they need to do and contain these fires and in their communities that have really been devastating. And we're doing literally everything we can at a federal level.
At the White House just announcing the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days of the fire response. The president-elect has criticized the federal, state, and local management of fire-related issues. A warning from the L.A. County DA to looters and scammers.
We will arrest you, we will prosecute you, and we will punish you to the full extent of the law.
District Attorney Nathan Hochman just telling Fox News his own sister's home in Pacific Palisades burned to the ground. Sheriff's officials say at least 20 people have been arrested for looting so far. The Lake and Riley Act advances in the U.S. Senate, winning bipartisan support to begin debate. Some Democrats supporting the bill to allow the chance for amendments. That bill would require detention of illegal immigrants arrested for theft and burglary, named after a Georgia nursing student murdered by an immigrant who entered the U.S. illegally and is now in prison for life. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Bring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any one for Burger King or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23rd, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
All 5 living U.S. presidents attending today's Washington funeral for former President Jimmy Carter, who was eulogized by President Biden.
Jimmy Carter's friendship taught me, and through his life taught me, the strength of character is more than title or the power we hold. It's the strength to understand that everyone should be treated with dignity, respect.
Stephen Ford read a eulogy written by his father, former President Gerald Ford, before he died in 2006. President-elect Trump sitting next to and chatting with former President Obama at the National Cathedral. A Biden administration effort to protect transgender students from discrimination is struck down by a federal judge in Kentucky, rejecting as fatally tainted an expansion of Title IX rules to include gender identity. Tennessee's Attorney General calling it a victory for protection of girls' privacy and the freedom to speak biologically accurate pronouns. Supporters of the rule hoped it would give LGBTQ students more recourse against discrimination. Oscar nominations are delayed, one of the many ripple effects from the wildfires.
The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has postponed the Oscar nominations to Sunday, January 19th, in response to the wildfires devastating Los Angeles. Nomination voting, originally set to end Sunday, January 12th, has been extended 2 days. In an email to members Wednesday, AMPA's CEO Bill Kramer said the decision was made to accommodate those impacted by the fires. This marks the first time Oscar nominations will be announced on a Sunday. The change follows the American Film Institute, which postponed its AFI Awards luncheon, originally set for Friday, while the British Academy Awards canceled its Tea Party Saturday, and the Critics' Choice Awards, scheduled for Sunday, has been moved to January 26th.
Fox's Michelle Polino and Lisa Brady. Fox News.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC, finger-licking good mornings just got better.
At APL, their expertise and extensive work can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Let's look at your local news on The Point. Route 16 near Commercial Tire Depot will reopen shortly as crews finish clearing debris and oil spillage from the roadway. The Guam Fire Department responded earlier this morning to a serious 2-vehicle crash. Both drivers were extricated and taken to GRMC and Naval Hospital for medical attention. Preliminary investigations are underway. GPD is handling the case but has not released further details. Drivers are advised to remain cautious as cleanup wraps up. Meanwhile, the Guam Solid Waste Authority has launched an automatic payment system to make bill payments easier for customers. This new auto pay feature allows registered online bill pay users to have payments automatically deducted from their debit or credit cards on the 15th of each month. The service eliminates the need to wait in line, write checks, or remember due dates. The GSWA says auto pay saves time, ensures bills are paid on time, and offers convenience. Customers not yet registered for online bill pay are encouraged to sign up on the GSWA website. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
Several top priorities are emerging for the new Guam legislature. Senator Tello Taitugui plans to repeal the recent legislation of legalization of fireworks, citing confusion and safety concerns due to lack of regulations. Senator Jesse Lujan is pushing for a cabotage exemption to allow foreign carriers to run direct flights between Guam and U.S. airports. Meanwhile, Vice Speaker Tony Atta aims to reopen the raceway to address unsafe street racing. Lawmakers are also discussing plans to help Chamorro Land Trust residents and create a free trade zone in response to potential tariffs. Bills are expected to be introduced by January 13. And the Guam Museum is launching a new cultural performance program and is seeking 32 performers, including 24 dancers and 6 musicians. The program is designed to enhance visitor experiences and promote Chamorro culture. The program, the first of its kind since the pandemic, will focus on educational content tied to current exhibits. Free workshops will be held for those interested, with sessions beginning in mid-January. Selected performers will participate in regular museum shows and may represent Guam at international festivals. Performers aged 16 and older are welcome to join. Email guammuseum@gmail.com for more information. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Okay, we'll run into some weather here this morning. It looks like we've got news about the accident out on Route 16. Says they're going to be opening the road. So if it's not open now, it will be sometime very, very soon to see what the big deal is on that. What I got here? Roadways will open shortly. Debris and oil spillage are currently being cleared up. Preliminary investigations say units responded to a 2-auto traffic crash on Route 16. Serious injuries later transported for further medical attention and assessment to both Guam Regional Medical City and Navy Hospital. So be very, very careful. As we say, drive to whatever the conditions are. Be careful and be on the lookout for the guy next to you. Mostly sunny in the forecast today. Overnight lows today, daytime high should be 88 degrees. Overnight lows of about 76 degrees. And that's basically the forecast that we've got over the next couple of days. It's not just Friday mostly sunny. It's Saturday mostly sunny. It's Sunday mostly sunny. So if you've been dying to get out there and hit the beach, because I'm always talking about going and hitting the beaches, and you got the bikini over here and the beer over there and the sun and the sand, get out there and do that. Put that plan together. I'm thinking, a quick trip over to Donkey and get yourself one of those little barbecue grilly things, and one of the hibachis they've got there. Grab some sauces, go and get some good meat and a couple of rounds of beer. They got some good Japanese beer, I'm told, over at Village. So check that out and make that your weekend plan. Sunrise this morning was at 6:47. Sunset tonight is going to be at 10 after 6. Speaking of the beach, I put this up over on the thing, and Donna says, "Is that Apollo Creed?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's Apollo Creed from, I think it's Rocky 2 or 3. Do you remember?"
I think 2.
Okay, so he's got the thing, and he's got the half shirt on, and he's got shorts exactly like mine. Now I can make my shirts look like that.
Yeah,
I will make my shirts look like that.
Those are short, dude.
And then you got the roller derby shorts, the Hooters shorts on. But if you take a look at this picture in particular, I want you to know that Simon Sanchez still has socks just like that.
He does.
He still has tube socks.
He's got colorful ones
go
too.
Right up to the underneath part of the knee, right, and headband and wristbands when he's out there playing basketball. All right.
That's
so I'm just, and you might be going, why are you giving Simon Sanchez a hard time? I'm not. I'm trying to drive a groove into Donna's head because Simon Sanchez was lamenting the fact that he's such a big part of the show, but he doesn't have a catchphrase. And he doesn't have a jingle like the governor.
Well, I can't make a jingle without first a catchphrase. So it's up to you.
Well, the only catchphrase that we've got is switching to app. But I mean, that's
switching
not,
to app. But
switching
that
to app.
doesn't really say anything about him.
So we gotta. I'll work on something. It's not like I don't know the guy for all my life. I mean, I'll
he's
be
the
able to put
toughest
something
fighter
together.
on utilities.
Right.
He's the toughest fighter on utilities.
Yeah, see, this is not working for me. Maybe you've got better ideas. 888-8255 is a telephone number. We'll hit some of that up in just a second. 812. Be right back.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Hindi ang inyong bangko na tapat sa servisyo.
Gibson Show at 8:13. Portions brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. You got something to celebrate. On the screen right now, it's one of the funniest guys on Guam. One of the great singers and performers, Gene, is up on the screen. Saw him celebrating his mom's birthday. And Gene, if you want to be even cooler with your mom, get the cheesecake named Desire for her. Order online at coldstonecreamery.com. Give him a call or find him at the Micronesia Mall or GPO.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
All kinds of stuff to celebrate here this weekend going on. Chris Frank says, come down to Paseo Park Sunday. It's Bike Fest 2025.
Yeah, brother.
Bikes, barbecue, and sun. The fun starts at 11:30. I could be convinced I'll probably be in the area around that time. But as usual, you're missing another B there, Chris. It just says bikes, barbecue. There's other B words that we might be interested in.
Oh, yeah, Balati.
Yes, Balati. Exactly the one I'm thinking of. Megan Noosh knows what I'm talking about. Ask her. It's 8:14 in the morning. Tello Taitui, that's Senator
She's
Tello
my
Taitui
favorite senator.
on the line. Tell it to Tello, and a couple of interesting things. I had not heard that about one of the things that Tello would like to do in the incoming legislature, and that is to take a look at former Senator Kane Duane's law that created recreational fireworks. That doesn't seem to be working out here, and maybe. Kind of a link to a story that we were talking about since the New Year's festivities. And in Hawaii, there are people that are dying as a result of misuse or mishandling of the fireworks. So maybe it's not ready for prime time. So you're going to be working on a repeal there?
Half a day, and half a day to your listeners. And it's kind of ironic. I'm going to say Happy New Year.
Hey,
safely Happy New Year to everyone. But yes, I am. I'm working with another senator, and we're looking at just repealing the law and be more responsible about it. I mean, we've wanted that from the very beginning, and we failed on the floor to continue the discussion on how we can implement some amendments into his law to make it safer. And to provide guidelines and rules and regulations before this bill is passed. But unfortunately, a call to the question came on the floor to stop all debate, which is ludicrous. I mean, it's democracy in the works on the legislature for every senator who was elected by the people of Guam to be able to speak their mind, to represent the people and talk about how can we make this bill a better bill, or not even pass a bill that we're not ready for, that we're seeing that's causing other areas or other jurisdictions to actually repeal their laws. We know now that Hawaii is starting to look at repealing their fireworks bill. Saipan has been looking at that for over a year and a half, how they can repeal it. So it's very, very, very sad to see what happened in Hawaii. And Guam had some injuries here. I heard
the burns. Oh, my God. Well, I think people equated, it's always been a problem in, holiday celebrations, Christmas and New Year's, where guys will make their own cannons or they'll fire their guns up into the air. And they don't even wait until midnight. Now it's just 5 o'clock in the afternoon on New Year's Eve. Bang, 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 bang. So I think there were a lot of people that thought, well, it's okay now because we've got the fireworks law.
Yeah, and it's not okay, actually. I mean, the law, the way I saw the law is that the only thing that they have to rules and regulate is bringing it in and selling it. And that's a big problem. Now people are saying, okay, it's legal. We can shoot it off any time of day or night they want to, whether it's really close to a school, a store, a nursery, anywhere. So this needs to be repealed. It needs to be done correctly, safely. I'm not against fireworks. We all I enjoy it. I watch it every year. But it's done where people are professional, who are licensed to do it. One of the biggest concerns that we have to think about, too, is that we don't even have a burn unit on this island. Like in Hawaii, we heard that many of the children that were seriously burned,
they had to be medevaced.
They had to be medevaced out. Guam does not even have one. And can you imagine how much time it'll take? They're saying that most of these young children will most likely die because of their burned injuries.
Oh, and
You know,
the
so
and the
this is
months,
very
if not
sad.
years, of recovery and therapy that they're going to have to endure. I can't think of a worse
Yes.
injury that doesn't kill you than that. All right, 8:18 in the morning.
Okay.
But even more important than that is, and I'm delighted at this. I read the OPA's report a couple of times, and BJ, BJ will always give me a hard time because he says you only read the executive summary. Okay, BJ, I read the whole thing. I read the entire report twice. And I come to the same conclusion. There's something hinky going on with overtime and some of the spending that's taken place over at Homeland Security and Civil Defense. But it seems to have stopped over there. I've been talking about it on the radio, every chance I get. But it looks like you are going to be calling for an oversight hearing on Homeland Security and Civil Defense to get to the bottom of this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was hoping that it would happen sometime in November. Right after the election, because I'd heard about this report that was going down, and they were doing the audit for the overtime, and I already knew it was not looking good at all. I'm just glad that, this audit now is at the Attorney General's office. They are reviewing it because some of this stuff in here could be criminal. And so they're reviewing that. But, most importantly, it's just the conditions of Homeland Security right now. They don't have an elevator that's not been working. People have been getting sick. There is mold, black mold. They had recently a group of federal counterparts coming in to do a research interviews and at Homeland Security, and one of them just fell ill because of the conditions of it. They apologized profusely. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, he has an allergic, with mold, and he got very sick, so they had to pull him out. Let alone our own local people having to work in those conditions. It's so bad. I mean, there are pictures. So I had to send. I think this is important because we have to mitigate it right now. We're in a situation where we're dealing with China, North Korea, and all our, cybersecurity is a great threat. But one of the biggest threats is everything under the sky, that can affect this region. How are we going to be able to address it? How do we get the information? Phone lines are down. They already closed certain areas of Homeland Security that oversee the MRFC. They closed down that. The Emergency Management Grant Program has been jeopardized. The Homeland Security Grant Program jeopardized. And these things all support the Mariana's Regional Fusion Center.
Right.
And so now it's so scary. We are so vulnerable. And Guam, they're putting missile defense systems up, to protect our island, but we're not able to really capture or be able to notify the public in a timely manner, or when the federal government or DOD, which they basically are the ones who put out the information when missiles are being launched, you get all those notifications.
Oh, yeah. But it always feels like, this is yesterday's news. We're not in jeopardy from the North Korean missile test yesterday.
Because it's so behind. And our fusion center, our Homeland Security is supposed to be all on top, and everything is broken. GPD has left the so these acronyms are crazy, but they have left the MRFC, which is a fusion center area, GPD. And these are the ones who dispatch the locals on what is going on. When alarms, they left because of conditions of Homeland Security. So, like I mentioned, we have to mitigate this, and I just didn't hear anything.
Do you have pictures that you can send, or the pictures or videos or something? It's damning. Never mind the management issues and the idea that there has been so much overtime paid out that people are basically what looks like doubling their salaries, doubling and tripling salaries as a result of this more casual approach to overtime. And you're telling me that some of that money should have been used to support maintenance and safety of the actual facility?
Their bathrooms, they are down to one bathroom that they have to bring a sewer pump inside to pump it out. And then when it spilled, because when whoever was doing it made a mistake. Yeah. And when they, okay, so this is just someone telling me what's going on, and then next thing you know, it spilled, and they asked them, okay, you guys need to clean this up, and they had no supplies, nothing. They were cleaning that sewer up with just water. Water. So I talked to Sean Gumatauta, Senator Gumatauta, yesterday when he called me, and he assured me that he's going to have a oversight, but he's going to the inauguration. And I asked him, I said, well, it'd be really nice if you could set a meeting now today so people can get ready, for this and do their homework, research what's going on so they can ask the hard questions during that. So he's going to be visiting Homeland Security today around 2:00 to do a walkthrough, and I recommended that he take pictures.
Yeah.
Lots of pictures. He had no clue about the mold issue, the black mold issue, and how people are getting sick there who are working there. You have people with disabilities who can't even go to work because the elevators are down. And this is the area that's supposed to protect our island from threats, whether it's, from China or North Korea, but, typhoons, alarms, tsunamis, and it is falling apart. We need to do this now.
Yeah.
So,
I had no idea. The last time I
can't even bring up.
Yeah, the last time I was there was right after Mawar when they called all the media, and the FEMA was actually kind of annoying. The FEMA guys asked for all of the media people to come in and asked us questions about what is it that you need there, and we'll be happy to talk about helping you out. I need a generator, and I need diesel. I need access to a lot of diesel. I need gas, so my employees can come to work and do their shifts and read the reports and all of that stuff, and might need to help me out with a tower issue or whatever. And they took all the copious notes, and then never heard from them again. Thank you very much for wasting 2 hours of my recovery time to go and. But I thought the place was at least okay then. I didn't realize that it has fallen into such disrepair in the last year and a half.
It's dysfunctional. But it's not just dysfunctional. Actually, it's now completely inoperable.
That's bad news. Tell you what, we'll see what we can learn about this. Oversight hearing couldn't come fast enough, and I'd like to see if the Attorney General's office can turn something around on this and maybe have something prepared for the grand jury so they can move forward with their version of the investigation and find out exactly what's going on. The idea that there was one person there that was in charge all the way through up to and including assignment of overtime to authorizing overtime for other personnel, including him or herself. It just sounds like it's out of control, like the fires in the fires in L.A. 8:26 in the morning.
And we're not even talking about the 34.7 million in questionable costs that still has not been addressed. And the last thing before we go, Homeland Security and Office of Civil Defense were fully federally funded.
Oh, so if there's something hinky, that means the taxpayers here have to pay. Yeah, that means the taxpayers here are going to have to cover it.
Exactly, when they were getting federal funds. Now we have $8.4 million that was taken from the general fund to cover this when federal funds will cover it. So, and there's been an audit. GAO did an audit actually through a private firm called the Premier Group for FEMA, but it's what's called partially semi-audit. So they need to do a full forensic actually for the GAO, and then we're really in trouble. If we don't clean up our mess right now, then we're going to lose all this funding, but most importantly, we won't have security for our island. Our missile defense is not going to be fast enough.
Yeah, well, it's I'm pleased with the actions that the federal government seems to be taking to defend the island and the military assets and the military people and the civilians with this missile defense system. We will have what I'm told is going to be the most secure airspace in the entire planet, for which I'm very, very excited. But if we don't have a mechanism to be able to tell people when we've got issues besides the tsunamis and the earthquakes and typhoons, then we're going to be in awful big trouble. 8:27 in the morning. Will you keep it up? Did you see where Lester Carlson said we're not going to have to send any money back to Washington, D.C.?
Oh, no, I've got to see that one.
There's
a loophole somewhere.
It's in the news yesterday, or just call him up and see what he's got to say about it. 8:28 in the morning. You have a terrific day.
Okay. Creative day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Happy New Year, Joe.
Even 888-825-888-TALK. Kind of disappointing to hear. I've got, I don't want to say fond memories of hanging out at Civil Defense, but as a young broadcaster, when it was Condition 2 or Condition 1 back in those days.
You got to go into the bunker.
I got to hang out in the bunker. I got to hang out in the bunker,
cool.
and it was great. Fire guys were there, cop guys were there, a couple of military guys there, and everybody's spitting out all the different reports. And I'd pick up my copy and then make a call to whoever was sitting at the radio station and do the live report from there. And it was, I'll tell you, there was a couple of reasons why it was fun, because there was always food. That was the thing. There was always going to be chow, and if you knew that you had to pull typhoon duty, that was a good place to pull typhoon duty. It was a long time ago, and maybe a different kind of civil defense than the kind that we've got now. But that is interesting. Would be very, very interesting to hear comments from Speaker Frank Bloss Jr., who's the guy that set things up there and put things in motion, one of the original directors of Guam Homeland Security and Civil Defense in what I would consider their modern era. 8:29 in the morning. Donna D with her last big look at news and headlines, celebrity birthdays, and special events. It's all ahead right here on The Point.
It's hard to believe, but Security Title is celebrating 25 years. This milestone reflects the dedication of our employees, who are as passionate about our work as we are about our community. We are deeply grateful to the realtors, lenders, attorneys, investors, and to all the buyers and sellers we serve. Your support has kept our doors open for the past 25 years and is the reason for our success. Security Title looks back with gratitude and forward with optimism to the journey ahead. Thank you, Guam.
Attention, all sales superstars. Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tumuning.
Oh, this is going to be cool. Big Sister Shelley sent me a link to ourpublicservice.org on the World Wide Web, and the ourpublicservice.org has a handy political appointee tracker. They will track the roughly 800 critical leadership roles. It says here, launched in 2016, the political appointee tracker has been following roughly 800 of the more than 1,300 political appointed positions that require Senate confirmation, including cabinet secretaries, chief financial officers, general counsels, and ambassadors. Trump has picked 92 nominees to fill key roles in the administration so far, but there's a whole heck of a lot more that need to be sought out and then put before the Congress so that they can approve all of that stuff. Anybody from Guam? Anybody we know?
Got the golden ticket.
Jose Martinez online says, did Tello say that a Guam senator is going to the inauguration? Seems really unnecessary. Quote, umbilai. Net Ada Vasquez online, and hopefully she is marked safe from the clouds of smoke coming in from Los Angeles. Bertha Maza Cruz. Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola is there. Who else is online? Francis Duffy. Miriam, and Chris Frank says, oh yeah, I was thinking that. Missing a B. Work on that, would you, Chris?
Yeah,
8:32 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Last big look at news and headlines for the week. The first full week of 2025.
Oh, is it Friday today?
It's Friday, Donna. Oh, my God. What's going on?
I didn't have enough coffee, as you can see.
Oh, my God. 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, I haven't been sleeping, I told you.
Yeah. Okay, work on that this weekend.
Yeah.
All right. Make a deposit in the sleep bank, would you? What's going on?
Los Angeles is battling its worst wildfires in history, with over 1,000 structures destroyed and more than 155,000 people evacuated. Former Guam resident Carmen Napati Davis, owner of Island Smoke and Grill, shared that the situation feels like a typhoon. Davis and her team are preparing meals for displaced residents and offering support to those affected by the Palisades fire. Meanwhile, Atacao Elementary School earned an A in this year's sanitation inspection, a major improvement from last year's C grade, an A. The school reduced demerits from 22 to just 8. Superintendent Eric Swanson and Principal Janice Chargaloff both credited the school community's teamwork and dedication to health and safety. And fourth grade student Christine Jane Caballero from Machinana Elementary School won the 2024 Island-wide Conservation Poster Contest. Her artwork celebrating forest conservation will represent Guam in the National Association of Conservation Districts contest. The contest aims to engage youth in conservation efforts, with Caballero and other winners receiving monetary prizes. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Oh, nice. Let me see here. 8:33 in the morning. I got from Neats has apparently followed the QR code on the Panhandler Buster signs, and that takes you to a place where you can apply, and they will, upon your receipt of your application, send you a sticker. So you can have a sticker that says Panhandler Repellent inside.
Oh my God!
I love that.
I want a sticker just cause.
Yeah. So go to the Attorney General's website and then fill out the paperwork. And I think they put that in the mail, and pretty soon you've got one of those things that you can put down on your own. Anyway, 8:34 in the morning. You ready for celebrity birthdays for the weekend? One of my favorite musical artists of all time. One of the first albums that I was ever given when my mom went and she went to the record store and she said, do you have any music that a 9 or 10-year-old boy might like? And they gave her a copy of Rod Stewart's Every Picture Tells a Story album. And she had never heard Rod Stewart before, and then heard his gravelly voice in the song. She said, oh, my God, I got you the wrong one. And I said, no, I don't want Donnie and Marie. I don't want the Jacksons. This is fine. This is fine. Rod Stewart is 80 years old today.
Whoa.
80 years old.
Tonight's the night.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be all right. Yeah. Spread your wings and let me stop there. Right, Ray Gibson. Happy birthday to Rod Stewart. Just a terrific singer, songwriter, etc. And there's so many different places where in the arc of his musical career, there's so many different places where you can dip your toe into and I think be totally satisfied when you do. Like I said, I got to him when he was Every Picture Tells a Story. Then I got hooked on some of the earlier stuff that he did with Faces, and then he had that whole rock era thing going in the late 70s. Hot Legs, Are You Still in School? I Love You, Honey. The
yes,
noise, right?
I do.
What a great album! And then he did the hit stuff in the 1980s, and then towards I want to say the late 80s,
he started covers.
Doing covers of the classics. So just really terrific. Happy 80th birthday to the guy. George Foreman is 76 years old, famous for the grills.
Yeah, that's all I know him for.
I
had one.
Used to be a boxer. Yeah. Used to be a boxer back in the day.
A little punch drunk.
Did you?
He's a little punch drunk.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But did you? Dave Alcorn. Dave Alcorn writing in about Rod Stewart. Loved that record. Actually saw him in concert at the Hollywood Bowl that year. Oh, my God. Rod Stewart live in the 1970s, in the early 70s. That must have been hot, Dave. And when I was talking about the businessmen of the Hall of Fame with the Chamber of Commerce, it was you and Kings I was thinking about, just FYI. 8:36 in the morning. So happy birthday to George Foreman, 76 years old. Another one of my favorite artists of all time, Pat Benatar, 72 years old.
They were playing that at Donkey yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Love is a Battlefield.
Two
Hell is for
songs.
Children. And I want to say she's got a version of Wuthering Heights. If you're a fan of the book, you should listen to the song. And if you are a fan of Kate Bush, you should listen to the song. Kate Bush got a big kick up in the following in the early 80s because Pat Benatar covered one of her incredible songs. And I'm a big fan of Kate Bush as well. Today is Houseplant Appreciation Day. I didn't originally. I didn't intend for it to be a house plant. But when I was at Home Depot last week buying my paper stones, I could not resist buying a lemon plant. And I was going to. It's a little because you can cook with them, and I don't have the heart now to take it out of the house because the cat likes to chew it. Because the cat likes the taste of the lemongrass. So I might need to go and buy another one. It's Cut Your Energy Cost Day. I think people on Guam do that just because we don't like to pay the electric bill. But Simon Sanchez, who we still don't have a catchphrase or a jingle for.
You can't steal other people's
They can't
stuff.
all sound the same.
All right.
Something will pop into our heads over the weekend. But anyway, so he was talking about how there's going to be a series of drops in at least the LEAC for the Guam Power Authority customers. We've got a LEAC adjustment that's coming in the springtime, like right around the corner. And then there will be another look at the LEAC. And if things keep going in the direction that oil has been going lately, he's predicting there should be another drop in the LEAC later in 2025. And then August or so, when they let JB turn the crank on the new generation up in Ukadu, we should be in position for another round of different pricing for electricity. So
Roadways are open.
Keep cutting your energy costs. Keep cutting them and keep them going down. Celebrity birthdays for tomorrow. Mary J. Blige is 54.
Only?
That's it. And Amanda Pete. Why do I know that name?
Why do I know that name?
Singer, songwriter, actress,
Oh,
model.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Inventor of Pete Moss.
There we go. She's or Pete's Coffee. Yes. Or Pete's Coffee. Dude, I went to Payless yesterday because I needed to get some supplies. And one of the supplies I was thinking about getting, because I got a Keurig from the coffee wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't want it anymore because she got a big fancy one. So she gave me the old Keurig. And
got
so
the rejects.
I was going to get I was thinking about going and getting some K-Cups. And they've got the big pack of Pete's Coffee.
At Payless?
No, Tully's Coffee at Payless. But I was thinking about grabbing one. You know how just instant you just pick it up and put it into your box.
Yeah.
But this time I looked at the price. It's like $56. But there's like 80 of these things in there. There's so it's a big.
Okay. I thought it was like a small box.
Might be worth it this time. I haven't done the mathematics because Simon didn't tell me how. Learn tomorrow. Learn your name in Morse code day. It's not all that hard to do. Girl hug boy day.
Huh?
That's along the lines with what was it? What do you call it? The man watching day yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I did it again, bro.
Yes.
I did it
watching
again.
a man?
Whoa,
No,
man
I wasn't
watching.
watching a man.
What?
I was walking up the hill after my walk yesterday, and this pretty Korean girl walking down the hill on the other side.
Okay.
Was
it the same girl?
No, it was a different girl.
Okay.
It was a different girl.
Cringe moment.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good. The old man's waving at me. That's nice. Celebrity birthdays for Sunday. Howard Stern is 71 years old.
All right.
I liked him when he was doing cool shock jock stuff back in the day, but
he
now
doesn't do it anymore?
Well, he's
he's
all
a politician.
He's a politician now. He's a Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, he's infected. He's one of these guys. He said if you voted for Donald Trump, stop listening to my show.
Oh no!
But I think a lot of people stopped listening to him after a while. Let me see. Christian Amanpour is 67 from CNN. Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon and among the richest people in the whole wide world, is 61 years old. And if you're looking for somebody to draw inspiration from even more, and you're still thinking about New Year's resolutions and getting yourself healthy, Jeff Bezos has been on a fitness kick, and is supposed to be looking like RFK solid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like
He's got the best of everything, Ray.
But is he handsome?
The trainer, the nutrition.
Well, no,
performance enhancing drugs.
I think he's going to be lighter by about $30 soon because that blood pressure monitor that I bought from Amazon.
Yes,
I'm going to send it back because the reason I bought it in particular was because it had Bluetooth capabilities and it would take the information from the unit.
That's how they get
put it
you,
in your
dude.
watch?
And then put it in the phone.
Your phone.
So I can monitor everything on the app. However, it doesn't work on Guam.
Lame.
Yeah, and that's what I said. So I went back to the company. I'm going to give Mr. Bezos. I'll be returning that product.
Will you please take this free Temu gift? Come on, man.
Rob Zombie, the singer, director, is 60 years old and looking to see if there's any other names that I recognize. Melanie Chisholm is 51.
Oh, there you go. Who the heck is that?
Sporty Spice.
Oh, is that her name?
Melanie.
I only know her as Mel C, and I never knew what the
we
C
only
stood
know
for.
Old Spice.
Chisholm.
Old Spice.
Zayn Malik is 32 years old. If you know that name, you're listening to the wrong station. This singer, Zayn Malik.
The young
that's
one.
more Star 101 than Point. And something to celebrate on Sunday, Curried Chicken Day.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
International Kiss a Ginger Day.
I'll just kiss the ginger root.
God, I don't know any gingers.
Ginger redheads.
I don't know any
Yeah, I
gingers.
know. I don't know any
Ginger
gingers.
Cruz.
Oh, that's the only ginger we know.
Okay,
I
got
want to
it.
kiss a ginger.
Hot tea day. Stick to your New Year's resolution day.
What resolution?
No pants subway ride day.
Here
Yeah,
we
that'll go over well. It's the Feast of Fabulous Wild Men Day. I don't know what that is. That might require some kind of looking up.
Wild and crazy guys.
And among my favorites, Dave Alcorn is listening. So, Dave, you can chime in if you have this. Sunday will be French onion soup day. Do they have that at King's?
I love French onion soup.
Have you ever made it?
I think
I've
they
never
did
made
at one
it.
time.
It takes too long.
You know what? It takes too long, and the thing that takes the most time is cutting up like piles of onions.
Oh yeah.
Because
I can't find Gruyere. I don't want to use substitutes.
Really for the what's the Gruyere?
The cheese that goes on top.
Oh, I see. Yeah, just American cheese, just Kraft.
No, it's not the same.
You can't do that, dude.
No.
8:43 in the morning. Kings, does Kings have, or if not Kings, does TGI Fridays have French onion soup?
I don't know if they
bring back the French dip.
Right?
Outback has.
Yeah, the teriyaki steak sandwich. Bring that back.
They don't have that?
I don't know. It's been a while since I've been there.
We'll make arrangements. I remember the first time that somebody introduced me to the concept of a French dip, and I thought, "This is wait. So you're actually trying? You make the bread wet first before you eat it?
Oh, and the au jus.
An au jus. And, oh my God, it changed my life. I'm telling you. Anyway, that's the celebrity birthdays and all the stuff that we get to celebrate. That's it for Donna D. Have a fantastic rest of the day. Well, you know, we the other guy that we could see if we could bum for food is Rudy Rodolfo from Burger King. It's I Love Whopper Wednesday, every Wednesday in the month of January. But they've also, I don't know when, I don't have the date, but they are going to be selling these melts there. And they've got a melt. It's going to be toasted bread. And then there's Swiss cheese. And I think there's bacon in there and mushrooms. And what a great combination of flavors. Put that all together with the Whopper. It's not ready yet. And as soon as it is, I'm going to see if I can have Rudy have somebody drop some by the radio station. 8:44. We're going to grab a break here and come back. And when we return, important information for all of the men. This has nothing to do with your prostate. This has nothing to do with, guy things. But this is important and I need to turn you onto it right now, and I'll do it right after these.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with the Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Spend the first part of your new year with us. Enjoy an array of healthcare businesses showcasing how they can help you create a journey of wellness and how to create healthy habits. Mark the date, January 11th, for the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, presented by Star 101, Boss 104, The Point, and Guam Premier Outlets.
Attention all runners and adventure seekers. Get ready for the Tomodachi Run 2025, Guam's most exciting running event of the year. Join us Sunday the 12th at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. Fun starts early, showtime at 5, the races kick off at 6. Choose from the 5K, the 2K, or the family-friendly 1K course. Here's the biggest highlight. Run for a chance to win a JAL round-trip ticket. Yep, you heard that right. A dream getaway could be yours. Runners of all ages, we've got something for you. Raffle prizes, we got them too. From the gift card to other exciting rewards, everybody's a winner. Hungry after the run? Treat yourself to a fresh onigiri and warm, hearty miso soup. Perfect post-run fuel. And for entertainment, groove to live Japanese drums and a super high-energy dance performance. Find the Facebook or Instagram page by searching for Japanese School of Guam. Sign up now at the link in Tomodachi Run site or visit our website to register today. Tomodachi Run 2025. Run, eat, win, and make memories to last a lifetime. We'll see you there.
All right, 8:46. This is the Ray Gibson Show. We're working until 10 today, right? We're not going anywhere early?
No.
I was thinking about jamming early because I need to make that long drive to Leo Palace.
Oh, that's a nice drive,
So,
too.
but you guys can go. You got a thing, but you can go. There's the prerequisite to the grand opening is going to be a thing for media.
Super soft opening.
Yeah, and influencers.
Okay.
And they suggested that maybe we might want to go by there and see if we can check out the lanes and stuff and the restaurant and the bar and the karaoke thing and all that. So if you guys aren't coming with me, then never mind.
I got my own bowling shoes, Ray.
I want my own bowling shoes too.
I have my own bowling shoes.
That's the thing. When I was getting ready to be a scratch dispatch bowler back in the 1980s, I had my own pair of bowling shoes.
You got the wrist thingy.
Oh, you need the wrist.
Wrist,
Yes, because I have these little girly wrists, and it requires there's work that needs to be done to ensure that your wrist is rigid as you release the ball, and then you have to shake hands with the lane. There's follow through, and it helps out a lot. I sure miss those days, but every time I've tried to bowl since I'd stopped bowling and exchanged my bowling shoes and the ball for golf clubs and golf shoes, it never came back to me. There's a certain what's the walk that you make to the line. I was a 5-step guy, and then I knew what the dots were for. And then I knew how to lay the ball down and where I could figure out where it was going to go and what lanes I like to bowl on. But there was a certain glide that I had with the shoes.
Yeah,
and
you did a little slide.
Every pair of bowling shoes I've ever gotten did not slide, and so it was uncomfortable, and then it felt like I was sticking to the floor.
Ah, yeah.
What a hated feeling.
You need to lay some powder down, Ray.
That's what I thought was, but normally they oil the lanes. They oil
powder
the wood.
my fingers.
Anyway, this is important, guys, and certain girls. Look at me, not judging.
Yes, cis men.
Yes, and cis. Okay,
I'm sorry.
Make your reservations today for Valentine's. Please you're going to say, get out of here, Ray. It's only the 10th of January. I got plenty of time. No, you don't have plenty of time. And I'll tell you why. Look at your calendar. Take a look at it. Pull out the phone. Pull out the calendar app. And take a look and see what day Valentine's falls on in 2025. Go ahead. I'll give you a second. Are you there yet? Have you pulled it out?
No, man.
Valentine's is February the 14th, as we know. Valentine's falls on a Friday. Guess what's going to be booked? Guess what's going to be even more booked than anything else is going to be the restaurants. So you are going to want to make your reservations today for Friday, February 14, at whatever your favorite place to go with your significant other.
She likes sushi.
She does. She likes she likes sushi. Just get it done, get it over with, make the call, and then have them repeat back everything to you, your name, your telephone number, and how many tables and chairs that you are going to need for your Valentine's celebration, because you don't want to be the guy that is sitting around on Valentine's. Even if you did everything else right, even if they were the girl that got the flowers before any of the other women in the office got flowers, even if you did that right.
Yeah.
If you screw up Valentine's dinner, dead man. That's it. Forget it. She will.
Doghouse.
All of those people that she says you shouldn't need to worry about on her phone, that she's like friends with, and you don't have to worry about him. There's nothing there. Yeah.
He's gay.
Yeah, she will call them and say, "Hey, did you make plans for Valentine's?" And they'll say, "Yeah, I've been waiting for this call, baby."
You know how many dudes are looking at your woman, man?
Exactly.
You treat her right.
Yeah, and you don't even just Valentine's like, and you don't care. Where are we now? 8:51 and change. So that might be the most important advice I convey to you today. The other one is coming from my buddy Andrew, who online on the YouTube side is saying, buy the dip. Bitcoin this morning at $92,100 or so, and that looks like a downward trend. Yesterday it was 94. This time last week it was 101 or 108. And so this might be what a dip looks like for Bitcoin right now. So you might want to take a look at all of that kind of thing here. 9 away from the top of the hour. I think he's also raving about the great news coming from GSWA. Stop the presses, he says. GSWA will now take your money automatically every month for your service. Oh my God. You want to talk about laser focus,
solid
Joe?
Waste.
Guam Solid Waste Authority.
I thought you were going to say new trash bins.
No, they did that a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
And they did that a couple of years ago when everybody was complaining about. Yeah, what was funny was people, that didn't take advantage of the automatic payment because they didn't have it yet, would miss a payment. Then they'd go collect the trash bin, and when you went to go and pay them and get current with your bill, it's okay. Can I have my trash bin back? And they say, no, we gave that to somebody else already. You're now at the end. You're at the bottom of a 2-year wait list. So they finally got around to getting more of those dumpsters. So that ought to be working for you, Rob. Now. The tech is going on 2 decades old now, not something to be proud of, announcing that, hey, we're now taking automatic payments from your credit cards. No need to stand in line. I have been making automatic payments from my First Hawaiian Bank account to the Guam Solid Waste Authority for literally as long as I can remember, as long as I've had the account. I've been making the automatic payments. And the good thing about that is First Hawaiian Bank, they never get it wrong. They send it out exactly when it needs to be sent out. So what I did was I made 2 payments in front of that so that I am always a month ahead. And so GSWA owes me money. I do the same thing with GWA and GPA, just so I don't have to think about it. First Hawaiian sends out the payments, and unless I use too much water or unless I use too much electricity, that's the way that works. 8:54 in the morning. Possible later on, we'll hear from Dr. Ron McNinch. He's been calling in a lot lately. He's also written an editorial that appears in this morning's Guam Pacific Daily News. Last week, there was an anonymous statement from the Guam Homeless Coalition talking about the billboards from the Office of the Attorney General. You heard him complain about Guam Homeland Security, or not Guam Homeland Security, Guam Homeless Coalition on this program last week, which caused Guam Homeless Coalition to send out an email to members of the media explaining exactly who they were, and exactly the name of the people that are in the Guam Homeless Coalition and what it is that they do for a living at that place. And I thought, okay, well, that's all right. Maybe if I get bored, maybe I'll read a little bit of what they said about themselves in the program. Might have to do that in the next. Oh, there it is. I found it. Who is the Guam Homeless Coalition, raising awareness for Guam's homelessness response? Following recent media coverage, the Guam Homeless Coalition recognizes an opportunity to enhance awareness of our mission and the work we do. This visibility can lead to stronger community partnerships and recognition of the coalition's year-round efforts. They take pains to do this because Dr. McNinch basically said that they are. Who are these people? Why does the media let themselves be spoofed by this nameless, faceless coalition claiming to want to help homeless people? And Dr. McNinch, if you have not yet gotten your email from Asia Ramos, Robert San Augustin, Leilani Giltinag, Jesse Libby, Jacqueline Tinhompong, Angelina Marie C. Lape, and Scotty Uggan, they're apparently people with faces and names. The Guam Homeless Coalition is a real thing with a real letterhead and recognized as a 501c3 nonprofit since 2011. So it is a real thing.
Who are these people?
Well, I just gave you a whole bunch of names there. Anyway, so they're among the folks that are going to be doing the annual point in time count that they're going to be doing the last Friday of this month, and a few other things in reference to homelessness, a persistent challenge on Guam for a lot of reasons. And I don't know if we're ever going to get around to solving some of that. The big question is, where are they all coming from? Where do they originate from? The genesis of people that clearly aren't from around these parts that just seem to be walking around kind of aimlessly until it's time to go and get some chow. There's another story that Donna was talking about this morning. It looks like the homeless chow place in Agana
the soup kitchen
has been bought by the government of Guam. Former asset of the Catholic Church. Looked like they saw an opportunity to spend some money on that. Yeah, in the
maybe
lawsuits.
The food will get better.
I don't. Well, so am I going to be a jerk for saying not in my backyard? I don't live there anymore. I don't live in the downtown Agana area. I'm there frequently, as most people know, for a lot of different reasons. And there's a certain kind of I don't know. It is an attraction now for the homeless to occupy that area all around Agana until it's time to get something to eat. And they go off someplace and go sleep for the night someplace, and then come back. And there's a process, kind of a zombie walk that takes place every day as people begin to converge on that area. And I'm wondering, I was kind of hoping when they said that they were originally saying that they weren't going to be getting as much support anymore, that they would find elsewhere to do that instead of the downtown business area and instead of downtown, the historic district that Agana is. But it doesn't look like that's going to be changing anytime soon. The only other thing that you might be encouraged by, if you'd like to see that facility elsewhere, is that, hey, you know what? It's going to be a part of the government of Guam now. That means Guam is going to handle everything in there. And
so everything will be taken care of.
Maintain it like they've apparently maintained Guam Memorial Hospital, like they've maintained Southern High School and Simon Sanchez. And now the Office of Homeland Security and Civil Defense that seems to have seen better days. So I don't know. Watch and see how all of the rest of that stuff plays out. 8:59 or so. And a shout here this morning to the guys over at Playworks today at 10 a.m. They will be celebrating their grand opening. You can't miss them. Second floor. You got the Macy over here, and Philippine Airlines, the Goodwin Travel is over there. And right between the two of them is Playworks Guam. So 10 o'clock this morning. Is Ruckus in school today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're going this weekend for sure, man.
All right. Well, see what...
I made promises.
You did?
Yeah.
He knows about it? Yeah, I'll see if I can send some pictures off in that direction, too. Closing in on 9 o'clock in the morning, Fox News Live is coming up. Another hour. Don't touch that dial. Another hour of the Ray Gibson Show is coming up. Traditionally known as the small talk portion of the program, even though there's still quite a number of actual news stories and headlines that I just haven't had the time to get to. We'll see what we can put together. Plus, whatever it is that you want me to talk about. I take requests at 888-8255. You can also reach me on Facebook Live and YouTube Live. I watch and lurk at those locations as well. So stick around, Brown. It's all ahead right after this thing with Fox News Live and the big fires in Los Angeles.
The damage apocalyptic. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. 6 people now confirmed dead in the California wildfires. The body of the latest victim recovered in Malibu. Firefighters have made some progress in slowing the spread of some of the biggest fires that incinerated the Pacific Palisades to Altadena.
A thick blanket of smoke and haze in the sky. The area we're in right now has been blocked off from the public. Police say you should have a legal or righteous reason to be in here. Otherwise, they are trying to prevent looting, trying to prevent looky-loos, although there are some.
Fox's Matt Finn in Altadena. President Biden has announced the federal government will cover 100% of the recovery costs of the response to the fire for 180 days.
It's going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responders' salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property.
The president saying he'll send more federal resources, including 400 additional federal firefighters, firefighting helicopters and planes, and C-130 military planes that are equipped to fight fires. The nation says goodbye to the 39th president.
President Biden delivered a eulogy at the funeral for former President Jimmy Carter at the Washington National Cathedral, attended by every living man to hold the office. But Carter's grandson, Jason Carter, says his grandfather was influenced his whole life by the small town where he grew up.
Yes, they spent 4 years in the governor's mansion and 4 years at the White House, but the other 92 years they spent at home in Plains, Georgia.
Carter died on December 29th at the age of 100. He was the longest living ex-president in U.S. history.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. America is listening to Fox News.
Make your New Year's sweeter and celebrate with Cold Stone Creamery. Try a cheesecake named Desire ice cream cake, made with layers of moist yellow cake, raspberry puree, and cheesecake ice cream mixed with graham cracker pie crust wrapped in a fluffy raspberry frosting. Order online at coldstonecreamery.com. Give them a call or visit them at their Micronesia Mall or GPO locations. They're open on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Cold Stone Creamery, premium ice cream cakes made fresh daily.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair.
This Saturday, join us as we showcase an array of healthcare businesses to help guide you into a lifestyle of healthy habits and wellness. Special thanks to The Relief Shop,
St. Luke's Referral Office,
Pacific Life Chiropractor,
Guam Cancer Care,
Total Guam Foundation,
DPHSS Tobacco Program,
Spa and Wellness. Take care.
DPHSS Cancer Program,
G6 Fitness,
and DPHSS Diabetes Program.
Paying attention to President-elect Trump's talk of acquiring Greenland.
President Trump said it again this week when asked about trying to acquire Greenland. He said he would not promise that he wouldn't use military coercion when it came to the Panama Canal or Greenland.
We need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world.
President Putin's press secretary, Dmitry Peskov, said the Arctic is a zone of their national interest and that they are watching what he called the rather dramatic developments of the situation closely, but so far, thank God, only at the level of statements, he said. He also mocked Europe's reaction to President-elect Trump's statements, saying they act cautiously and quietly to him, almost in a whisper. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Kentucky reaches a deal with Kroger to settle its opioid lawsuit.
The supermarket giant will be paying $110 million to resolve a lawsuit by the state, claiming that its pharmacies help fuel an opioid epidemic by flooding its communities with hundreds of millions of doses of addictive painkillers. Kentucky had chosen not to participate in a bigger $1.4 billion deal finalized last year. That resolves similar claims by 30 states, as well as counties, municipalities, and Native American tribes. Kentucky's Attorney General Russell Coleman alleged that Kroger's pharmacies had been responsible for over 11% of all opioid pills dispensed in the state from 2006 through 2019. Kentucky will use the settlement money to tackle an addiction ravaging its communities.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says she will push for new laws that would make it harder for hedge funds to buy large numbers of single-family homes in the state. Hochul said she would propose legislation this year that would require a 75-day waiting period before large investment firms could place bids on new homes hitting the market and limit certain tax benefits when the firms purchase homes. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
It's hard to believe, but Security Title is celebrating 25 years. This milestone reflects the dedication of our employees, who are as passionate about our work as we are about our community. We are deeply grateful to the realtors, lenders, attorneys, investors, and to all the buyers and sellers we serve. Your support has kept our doors open for the past 25 years and is the reason for our success. Security Title looks back with gratitude and forward with optimism to the journey ahead. Thank you, Guam.
Bring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any Whopper, Burger King, or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23rd, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
You rule. 6 after 9. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And the guys over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Want a Frontier? How about getting the Frontier 25% off? What? Huh? What? It's crazy, man. It's the end of the year steal, and you're saying, but Ray, it's the beginning of the year. I know. Don't hold me to the facts here. We know it's the beginning of the year, but they've extended the sale into 2025 to make sure that you get the absolute best deal on incredible rides. Find out what kind of rides they've got, what kind of deals they've got, what kind of test drives opportunities that you can make in the next couple of days at NissanGuam.com.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Here it comes. Last hour of the Ray Gibson Show, Friday morning, and we managed to make it all the way through the week without one of those weird midweek holidays. I still would have enjoyed it. I'm just saying, I'm not saying I didn't want one. I'm just saying I would have enjoyed, an opportunity to sleep in a little bit, on a Wednesday morning. Maybe coming to work a little bit late. Wouldn't that can we start the morning show at like 8? Yeah. Can we do that?
No.
Morning show.
People are up early.
6 o'clock in the morning. Depending on what radio station you listen to, sometimes the morning guys don't come in until quarter after. But I'm not their boss anymore, so that's it. Anyway, so a couple of things that I could be going over. There's a bunch of new bills they're floating around over at the legislature, waiting for a mechanism to be able to introduce them. That was chicken wings. That the burp I just suppressed.
Yeah.
Chicken wings.
What flavor?
The regular, just kind of regular, kind
Spicy?
of nude, okay. I think is what they refer to when you don't put any spicy on it.
Yeah.
But I can eat spicy again. That's what I'm bragging about to everybody. I can eat spicy because I took that Prilosec for a couple of weeks. And I have not had to worry about waking up in the middle of the night because of, the what is it, GERD coming up in my throat. But I'm feeling better. So I could be doing a whole bunch of stories. This is me. I'm setting myself up here. There's a bunch of stories that are actual news stories that I could be doing. However, this has got my attention. Flying taxis are on the horizon as aviation soars into a new frontier. A story about a little boy who got tired of making long, tedious trips between his school and his home in the mountains. Joe Ben Bevert began fantasizing about Korean hot pants. Sorry, that's mine. Began fantasizing about flying cars that would whisk him to his destination in just a matter of minutes. Now, he is the CEO of Joby, Joby Aviation. Bevert is getting closer to turning his boyhood flights of fancy into a dream come true as he and latter-day versions of the Wright brothers launch a new class of electric-powered aircraft vying to become taxis in the skies. Listen carefully, Charlie Hermosa. The aircraft, known as Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing Vehicle, EVTOL, lift off the ground like a helicopter before flying at speeds up to 200 miles an hour with a range of about 100 miles. These craft do it without filling the air with excessive noise caused by fuel-powered helicopters and small airplanes because it's electric.
It's a...
Sorry, couldn't resist.
I'm down.
They say they're just a few steps away from the finish line. They got to get all kinds of regulatory stuff taken care of. And then it goes on to tell a story about all the ways that these things might be being able to be used. Being able to take you on one of these little everts from the airport to Manhattan in like 10 minutes. But I'm thinking, okay, we got that thing now. 100 miles.
Yeah.
At 200 miles an hour.
Rotor to Saipan.
Rotor to Saipan. It's all would all be in the loop.
God, that sounds fun.
That does sound actually pretty cool. 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, you get there fast.
Simon Sanchez, what's the math here? What if we were to leave? And the thing is, you wouldn't even have to go to the airport. You wouldn't need to go to the airport. You just have you get one of these things at your house, or you call them up like a Uber or a Grab or something like that.
Pin.
Yeah, like what's the one we have? Stroll. Like a stroll.
Yes.
Have you seen how many stroll patrols there are?
Going around, yeah.
There's a lot of them. It's either a lot of them or, there's guys in different cars that just seem to be all over the place. But I've noticed that there's a whole lot more of these guys in these stroll vehicles, A. And B, I've also noticed that there is a blossoming business of vans that are picking up Korean families, like at the hotel, drop them off over at GPO or Micronesia Mall so they can go and enjoy Playworks and then head back, pick you up on the way back. Absolutely crazy how much additional business is. And have you also noted that we are seeing the return of stretch limousines?
What?
Got to keep an eye out, buddy. Got to keep an eye out while you're out there doing your walks and your runs.
Like
and
mini
stuff.
hearses going around.
Mini hearses, yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
A few.
The little Japanese K hearses.
Yeah, tiny hearses.
Sweet. 912 Ray Gibson Show. We'll talk football in a little bit, but Dr. Ron McNinch on the line. Buenas and Alpha Day.
Hey, Alpha Day, Ray. Alpha Day, Guam.
So you are giving the legislature notice that they need to earn the respect of the public.
Right, because the last legislature was so terrible I mean, they've got to show that they're different and that they're going to operate differently. And can I tell you, even the recent ruckus with Barnett and Therese Trelahaye trying to pitch a fit, they're trying to continue their circus-like behavior into this term. And I hope that, yeah, they are. They're trying to disrupt things and act all this and that. And to be blunt, that's what was wrong with the last legislature, is they ran it like a circus. Don't let those people run it like a circus anymore.
Well, I thought we got rid of all the clowns.
Well, they're still the clowns are still claiming that they have some kind of power, and they don't. And in fact, it's interesting. They can't even make a minority, leadership group, and so they're claiming that they have authority as a minority group to appoint certain committee members or whatever. But if they can't even elect their own leadership and get together, because I think they're fairly evenly split 3-3. They may even have to change the standing rules to adjust some of those things, because they're not a real majority. They're simply a fragmented coalition of non-majority groups.
Well, I mean, that's certainly what it sounded like or looked like in the 37th Guam legislature. You think that's going to we're at risk of continuing that in the 38th Guam legislature?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is they're still trying to exert influence where they no longer have any influence at all. And the Republicans need to know these people don't have influence anymore.
Well, the Republicans don't have a veto-proof majority. That's the problem. So, yeah, there is going to be, it is what it is. It's politics. It's tactical, where you say, listen, I know that there's some things that you're going to want to do, and you're going to want to send it to the governor in a form that she cannot possibly veto. So, yeah, you need our help. And we want to get our stuff on the website. We want to be able to still stay in our fancy offices or whatever it is that they're going to be asking for. And there's going to be a need to capitulate on some of that.
Well, I don't think it'll be. If they're smart, they won't concede very much, because there's not a lot that, in fact, if the Republicans were smart, they would simply make up a laundry list with the governor of things they want to mutually accomplish is a primary thing. Of course, they disagree with some things, but actually they can do a lot if they just simply commit themselves to it. But the other thing is just the Rumpelstiltskin behavior over who gets appointed what and where. I think that was just petty. It's just a continuation of the bad behavior.
Yeah. And you point out in your article the capital sin that was committed by Senator Sabina Perez when she insulted the Japanese diplomats that were at the legislature to provide testimony.
All right. It was very brazen. I encourage everybody, take a look at the YouTube. They were encouraging those protesters to basically heckle these diplomats right on the legislative floor. They tried to do it to me. I made a statement about it saying this was highly inappropriate.
Well, I recall.
And I took exception at it. And in fact, the current legislature should apologize to the Japanese government, because the last legislature didn't have the guts to do so. When you do those kinds of major errors, it's embarrassing to everybody. And I guess one thing that always concerns me is that people talk a lot, but they don't do a lot. And so the Republicans have a whole platform that they've discussed and formulated. Let's see if they pull through with that and get their platform issues done. And I hope that they'll start publicizing their platform issues and what their major goals are. Leadership takes vision, and vision takes communication. And they need to say, here's what we want to do. Here's where we want to go. The last legislature, there was no telling what they were going to do from day to day.
I always thought it was kind of interesting, and we've got these emergencies that would pop up. How about we start with this in the standing rules there, Senator Speaker Bloss, is that in order for something to be declared an emergency by the legislature, or to call us into session for an emergency, there needs to be imminent peril of actual death, harm to human beings.
Yeah, or at least a genuine emergency. I mean,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
There needs to be, somebody better be bleeding.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see how situational exceptions like that are just taken for granted and used on any whim possible, which is unfortunate.
What I think is what we are going to see, and it is probably going to happen sooner than later, is the actual shakeout. Was the governor correct when she told me that the debate was over? The hospital was going to be built in Manila. Is, in fact, the debate over? Now, I know one or two or three or four doctors who believe that the debate has not even begun, and I know that there's one or two senators over at the legislature who are lined up to fight the idea of building a hospital out in the middle of nowhere in Manila. On the other hand, I feel like there's a lot of people now that are kind of, I don't know, they're kind of blowing in the breeze, if you will. I'm not feeling a lot of strength in commitment and resolve today as I did a couple of months back. Are you feeling it as well?
Well, it's very, very simple to empirically show why the doctors are opposed to that hospital being out there. You simply make up a residential map of where all the doctors live. They all live crowded around either GMRC or GMH along that strip. That's where they all live. And their question is, why in the world suddenly do we have to go all the way over to the other side of the island when all of us live here? And I think that that's the unspoken reality of where the resistance is coming from. The other thing is just our critical need. We're only producing 30 nurses a year here. And Mary Okada at GCC is starting this 2-year RN program, which I think will help. We need to totally reform nursing and nursing preparation here. Our high school students, their final year, they should be able to do an LPN program and start making $60,000 a year right out of high school if they want to. We don't take any of these opportunities that are low-hanging fruit that would really help our health system, and instead we're constantly quibbling over concrete buildings that we have to air condition full of mold. and that's unfortunate because we don't have to do it that way. And by the way, I mentioned this yesterday, I am on the school board. I don't like the idea of doing fruit basket turnover and moving headquarters down to Southern High School. I hope that as a board we'll discuss it more. I think there are other options our school system can do to handle the school overcrowding and teacher shortages and things like that. We just haven't met to talk about any of them. And and by the way, I won't be in the leadership because I'm too busy with my UOG stuff, but I will be a very vocal minority on some of these things if I need to be. And I'll call into you every day.
Oh, yeah. Well, the parents need to be, there needs to be, I think, an advocate for the parents and the students in this conversation. I think it was KUAM did a story, or PDN did a story the other day where they're asking actual parents about, how they felt with this, the split schedule they've got over at John F. Kennedy and Simon Sanchez. And what should have been only a short-term thing obviously has turned into something that is massive now. And is actually impacting the ability of these guys to be able to get as much education as we can pack in. There's just not enough hours in the school day for JFK kids or Simon Sanchez kids, and I think it's at their detriment. And this is their one chance to get that high school diploma and what I think is the right number of hours and days to get the paperwork done.
Well, I wish that the legislature would recast the school board as being an actual governing board rather than simply a fuzzy-wuzzy policy board. Because as a fuzzy-wuzzy policy board, we really are effete and have very little actual power. If we were a governing board, we could hold people's feet to the fire and make things happen.
Yeah, well, the problem with, it's not, there have been versions of the board that have had significantly more power and more sway, but I think that it was abused, and you know which superintendents of educations that we have had in those positions before, and as I said, there were people over at the existing ed boards that their power got to their head, and all of a sudden we've got a problem with fire extinguishers and what is it, water fountains, and 2 o'clock in the morning somebody's getting a knock on a door saying you're fired.
Yeah, unfortunately, those boards didn't have me on it, and I'm on it now, and I've got a lot of other good members.
But that's my point here, is that there won't always be clear thinkers there, and it can be just as political as any other, and it's a hot corner. So there's a lot of people that are trying to make their bones on getting that done. God, you will remember some of the names and then go, oh, God, thank God they're gone. 9:22 in the morning. You wanted to talk about something other than that yesterday. What did you say you wanted to lead out with today?
Well, Guam is prime real estate, and Trump loves real estate. And our leaders should communicate that to President Trump and say, we can do some neat things, and here's some things you need help with. And we simply don't do that very well here. Our leaders simply do not know how to communicate effectively with the federal government very well. They expect that our congressman's going to do it. Well, the congressman can't do a lot of the stuff that are actually our governor and legislators can do. And our leaders need to know that. I call it the ruby slippers problem.
Yeah.
Dorothy in the Land of Oz, she could do everything that she wanted to. All she had to do is have the will to do so. Our leaders need to stop complaining and start realizing that this president will negotiate with them. And he loves to negotiate. He's proud of his negotiations. He's particularly proud of land-related, space-related negotiations. He loves that. That's why he's talking up Greenland. He's talking up, the Gulf of America rather than the Gulf of Mexico.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's a kind of jingo. It's crazy. So here's the thing. So Guam's already a possession of the United States of America. On the other hand, if he's so anxious to name something a 51st state, let's make Guam the 51st state. I don't know if there's anybody around here who really have a problem with that. There are certain things that, benefits that we get from being a territory. Bob Klitsky goes over those from time to time. Maybe we'll put that in whatever the compact is and say we're going to keep these capabilities. But otherwise, yeah, you can make us the 51st state. Forget about Canada. We're just as vital as Greenland is, for heaven's sakes, just as vital strategically to the United States of America, militarily to the U.S. as Greenland is.
Guam and the CNMI definitely could become a state if we wanted to. But one other quick thing, the Obama administration and later on the Biden administration, who inherited all these Obama people, they absolutely hate Guam. And nobody ever talks about just the enmity that those two administrations, that 12 block years of time, really, truly hated Guam. And they had a strong disdain for Guam. Trump has always loved Guam. And he's always, had positive feelings about it. Was when they're talking about
but they had to tell him that we were a part of the United States. You'll recall he did have that gaffe in his last administration. Well, it's interesting stuff. We'll roll that around. Me and the boys will talk about it and get back to you with a report later.
No, I mean I'm going to tell you, I feel so much better that Trump's being president now.
Oh,
and he's even talking to Obama and making Kamala Harris all upset because they're talking behind her back.
Literally.
She's not center of the show.
Literally behind her back. It's funny. Oh, my God. I got you. 9:25, and I'll riff on that for a little bit more. You have a great weekend, Doc, and tell your wife you're going to be hanging out with me at Carabao for a couple of years.
Ray, change only happens if you make people mad. And that's the nicest thing about talk radio is you can make somebody mad every day.
That's good. That's good. All right. I'll talk to you later. Dr. Ron McNinch, 888-8255 is the telephone number. And I've freed up a line. You can call in now and tell me what it is that you're thinking. Or maybe you're just not thinking. Maybe you were thinking, you know what, Dr. McNinch is right. We're glad that Donald Trump is going to be the president of the United States of America, swearing in 11 days, 10 days in a wake-up, if you want to refer to it that way, from where we are right now. Hopefully there will still be a United States for him to preside over, what with parts of it being frozen and under ice right now and other parts that are burning. You got the two different versions of the extremes that are happening right now, and all of the things that Biden is doing and teeing up on his way out that they're going to have to figure out how to reverse course on when on the first day of the incoming Trump administration. But I got to tell you how delighted I am since the election, in the number of people that had held their breath for the last 4 years, maybe for the last 5 or 6 years, if you think about it, even before Biden stole the White House. is the number of people that are now comfortable referring in a positive way the incoming Trump administration. That not necessarily giving Kamala and Biden a hard time. It's just, hey, how about that election? How about that Trump guy? And maybe heretofore you didn't know where they were on the political spectrum because it was easier for a lot of people, I think, to just keep it to themselves. I don't want to get into an eye-rolling debate about he said to grab them where. Is he a convicted felon? Just didn't want to get into the debate. But now that he has won, and he's won in a landslide, and he won with a very clear mandate from the American people on what we want our future, and in fact our present to be: cheap eggs, lower prices on electricity, no more inflation. Can we do something about that? Can we make it so our enemies fear us again? Can we make it so that our allies respect us again? Is there something that we can do? And now all of that stuff looks like it's finally going to be happening. And there are people that are more than willing now to speak their mind. And I will always be happy to listen to you. So if you're looking for somebody, wherever out there in the place, and you just want to be able to say, I love Donald Trump, and you don't know if there's anybody that's going to be friendly with you, I will be friendly with you. I will shake your hand and say, I love MAGA too. We're going to be able to do all of these great groovy things in future. Studio time, 9:28. When we return, there's a couple of letters. I don't know if I want to read the whole thing. It's a letter from Speaker Therese Terlahi. Sorry, they changed the letter. It doesn't say Speaker. Office of Senator Therese Terlahi. Says, I'm writing to express my concern about the delay in processing of bills and to urge the immediate receipt, numbering, and referral to council and uploading of bills to the website as is set forth in the standing rules. I believe the announcement that bills will not be processed until January 13th is not consistent with the Organic Act, which specified that all senators' terms begin upon taking the oath on the first Monday of January, which for this term was January the 6th. They did take the oath, but are being prevented from acting as senators with the delay until January 13th. The unnecessary week-long delay in processing of bills also appears in violation of the standing rules written by the Republican caucus and unanimously adopted for the 38th Guam legislature on the 6th, which prescribes the submission requirements and the form of the bills and makes no mention of any delay in the processing. And so she's, as Dr. McNinch suggests, is making a beef tussle about this. I don't know. By the time the guys over at Tony and Frank get their hands on the paperwork, it will already be the 13th. We got a couple of days off in front of us, and so Monday is that too far to wait for some of the bills that are being proposed? Is there anything in there that will be life-changing, earth-shattering? Are we talking about sealing our southern borders or doing something about inflation? Is that what we're waiting on? Joe S. San Augustine, who never met a tax he didn't like, has processed and put paperwork together in his office I've got the thing in front of me. I've got his press release that went out yesterday. San Augustine bills to open new legislative term. Extension of government commercial leases to 30 years. We don't currently do this now as a blanket. Normally, if there's something that we need to get extended for a long, long time, it's done piecemeal, where somebody like it was done over at the port a few years ago wanted to be able to do business, and they were having a hard time finding people to do business with because they could only sign agreements that went for 5 years. So you go through the time, trouble, and expense of going and finding 8 people over at the legislature, see things your way, and then get those extended. I don't know if that's a great idea. It might be something that helps out departments and agencies here to be able to get long-term tenants or long-term business deals done. The ends excise tax of 2025 relative to establishing an electronic nicotine delivery system, product tax, and licensing. Didn't we go through this with the stamps? With then Senator, now former Congressman Mike Sinicolas over at the place, and found out there was at least one vendor that was behind in paying their stamp taxes. to the tune of, what was it, $14-15 million, I think?
Yeah.
And they finally settled that. And, wow, crazy. We weren't really allowed to see what the settlement amount was for. That was sealed, wasn't it? Credit card processing fee prohibition. I'm down with this one, Joe. Relative to prohibiting the government of Guam from passing on fees charged by credit card processors to collect payment of taxes or use government of Guam services. This will eliminate credit card processing fees in hopes of reducing costs for individuals and businesses.
Oh, my God.
Put everything on the credit card. They're not going to charge a fee. Yeah, they're not going to charge a fee, and that's
fee here, fee there.
bro,
fee
that's
here,
mileage,
fee
man.
there.
No, they're going to do GSWA. Guam Solid Waste. They announced now that you can use your credit card to pay you can pay the thing. I don't know if they're charging a processing fee or a convenience fee at GSWA, but it might be worth finding out. I don't know. Like I said, I have First Hawaiian takes care of it. 9:33 in the morning. There's more to this, and one that will make your eyebrows go up, guys. So you better keep listening. In the meantime, we're going to grab a break here, figure out where I'm going to be headed to, and maybe get some inspiration from the newsroom at KUAM. Here's Joe Nuggan Charfus with the news.
Buenas and Holiday Guam, I'm Jonathan Charfus. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Friday, January 10th. Crisis averted at the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services. Public Health's vendor Health Services of the Pacific sent out a notice of suspension of services to its Title III program clients under the Division of Senior Citizens. The letter dated January 7th from Administrator Lisa Mesa says the suspension would be effective January 13th and was due to non-payment of services. This would have included case management programs, in-home service programs, national family caregiver support, and adult daycare service programs. But Public Health Director Teresa Areola tells KUAM that payments are now up to date and the vendor relationship remains intact. Those services will continue uninterrupted. A failing grade. That's what the new health oversight chair gave the Guam Memorial Hospital during her tour of the Tuning facility Thursday afternoon. The hospital was able to get the funding needed to continue making repairs. Still, staff there admit GMH is old and it's hard to maintain. Nick Delgado has a story. You can watch it right now on our KUAM News YouTube channel. And a tourist on Saipan dies after a drowning incident at a popular spot on the island. CNMI Department of Public Safety says the victim was visiting from Hong Kong. Authorities responded to the area in Marpi found at around 3:23 p.m. Monday. Officers saw tour guides performing CPR on the unidentified man, who was then rushed to the Commonwealth Health Care Corporation. Unfortunately, he did not survive. Investigators say the man was at the swimming hole with family members when he jumped into the water for about 5 minutes. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscasts on our KUAM News YouTube channel or Facebook page. And don't forget to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest. You can also watch us on Peacock. Jonathan Charfus, KUAM News.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Simon's still listening. He sent me a link to a thing on the web about an old bubblegum pop song that was performed
he really wants his own jingle.
He really does, by the 1910 Fruit Gum Company. It's called Simon Says. I'll see if we can dig that out here. I sent this to Donna to see if we might be able to inspire her, but sure, she's got to get caught up on her sleep first. He says, with regard to Joe S.'s measures here, utilities absorb credit card fees. We got the ability to have long-term contracts for our PPPs a while ago, but it's piecemeal, as you said, and should be allowed for all long-term deals, especially for PPPs. Let the private sector run things. Yep. Can we? There's an idea, and it makes a whole lot of sense. Among the things that we agree on is privatization wherever possible, and the concept that that there are private entities that have got a built-in reason to keep things running, i.e., you don't get paid if you don't make electricity. And so it is I think I'm comfortable saying this, our belief that when the governor builds a new hospital, that it is run by a competent hospital running company. We've got ample experience over decades now that we're not good at running a hospital or maintaining a hospital. We're great, I suppose, maybe with finding some of the people that will populate a Guam Memorial Hospital, the doctors and the nurses. But there might be a little bit too much Guami in Guam Memorial Hospital. So when we build a new facility, whatever it's called and wherever it goes, we ought to hire a private firm and do like a public-private power arrangement with that GPA has with all of their vendors, do exactly the same thing with whoever is going to be operating the hospital. Put together the metrics, put together the standards, and if they don't meet those standards, they don't get paid. We want to see this kind of patient outcome. We want to see these kinds of specialties. We want to see these kind of investments made in the equipment that we will use to be able to charge patients for their care. And if that machine isn't working and you're not making that money, we're not going to pay you for that. If you're not maintaining enough nurses to be able to run floors and wards in the hospital, then we're not going to pay you for that. So you get that built-in incentive. And I don't know what all of the interstitials are going to end up being, but it seems to me, as I said, we know that we're not good at maintaining and running a whole lot of stuff around here. And the list apparently got bigger with the news from Telo Taitagui this morning about the nature of things over at Homeland Security and Civil Defense. Hopefully, my friend Tatu Sean Gumatauta is going to be going in for a look-see today, and maybe he will take a lot of pictures that we can show you on Monday about some of the deficiencies and perhaps locations where there's deadly black mold. Yeah. Which, good Lord. I can see it now. This is one of those things. We're going to hire the most expensive mold mitigation in the world instead of having just somebody come by with a bucket of Clorox and some sponges and taking care of things. I know, I think in oversimplified terms, but really, if I had something like that happening at my house, if I had black mold growing in my bathroom, I think that's exactly what I'd do. I'd go to Home Depot and get that really, really strong industrial strength bleach that they have and throw some of that in there. Maybe some vinegar or muriatic acid or some dang thing and get rid of it that way, as opposed to, I got to call in a guy and he's going to hazmat my house? I don't know. 20 away from the top of the hour. Going back to some of the bills that Senator San Augustine would like to see eventually at the 38th Guam legislature. What did I do? I went through 3. All right, here's number 4. Local minimum wage increase based on the CPI. Okay, so how many businessmen here? How many people here going, wait, what do you mean raise the minimum wage? We're just now feeling like we're coming out of a long, dark passage of history, post-COVID, post-Mawar, post-Biden, and now you want to put this, you want to throw this on the shoulders of the business community here on Guam. They want to raise the minimum wage based on this consumer price index. And so many questions. Whose consumer price index are we talking about? Is this something that we're going to have somebody over at the Department of Labor put together? Where's the maths for that going to be coming from? Number one. Number two, and is it possible we may find that for the most part, we've already got a lot of people that are working at substantially higher hourly rates as a result of just being there and showing up at work. You know, you talk to most business people around here, they'll tell you that's where they're hurting, is they don't have enough employees. We don't have enough people to work in the front of house. We don't have enough people to work in the back of the house. I want to open up for breakfast. I've had this conversation with a couple of people who own restaurants, and I'm going, I love the cooking here. I love the food. I love the staff. Honestly, if you opened up at 6 o'clock in the morning, I would come here for Saturday breakfast. I would come here for Sunday breakfast. And they said, we'd love to do that. We've got the capacity. We've got the all of the business bandwidth to be able to do it. We just don't have the people to stand up the business. How many places you going to these days where they're barely even opening for lunch? Maybe we're just going to be doing a dinner here, dinner service, because we just don't have the people. So if you get people, better believe that they're probably coming in for higher than minimum wage for sure, including the one that we've got here. So that's a question that we've got to ask ourselves. And then the last thing on this one here, I hope that somebody in the Republican side brings it up for debate, is, okay, we've decided where we're going to, sort out what a real consumer price index is for Guam, given our own realities. We'll give you that. But if, as we think may happen in future, with a Trump White House, Republican administrations virtually everywhere, and the fact, as Simon has pointed out to me, that the price for electricity, which is a major component in the margins for businesses, as that number starts to come down, is it possible the prices will come down? Is it possible that there might be a little bit more money that we can spend on investing in the business and investing in the employees? Maybe so. That's going to happen. So my question is, if we see a CPI that goes down, will there be a reduction to that minimum wage? Or is this one of these things that you just climb the stairs and you just keep going up and up and up and higher and higher? And we're basing the legitimacy on it on, well, the consumer price index has done this. It's gone up. We've got to take care of these low-wage workers that we've got here. Okay, if that's the mechanism. But then when the CPI goes backwards, when the prices for things go down, when the pressure of inflation is relieved, when the Fed finally figures it out and starts dropping the interest rates to relight the fires of our economy around here, will it then go backwards, and will we see a reduction in that rate? So you see where the math is going on that. Then they got a couple other things. Veterans license plate recognition. That's cool. More free stuff for the vets. Thank you for your service. Special Olympics land transfer and a competitive bid for mass grading of Chamorro Land Trust properties that we've got around here. 944-888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number. So that's some of the stuff that Joe S. has decided that he would like on, as they start turning the wheels over at the legislature and allowing for submissions on the deals. Chris Frank, on the subject of credit cards, would like to see the expansion of this legislation, that the credit card processing fee prohibition, which would prohibit the government of Guam from passing on fees charged by credit card processors. This is a great idea. The other thing that we'd like to ensure is that, sometimes you go to a bar and you're like, hey, I don't have any cash. Can I use my credit card?
Yeah.
And the lady behind the bar will always point to the sign.
Minimum.
Minimum $20.
They do that at the store too, Ray. I don't like it, man. The mom and pop store, you can only spend $10 or more on the card.
No, we cannot. No, I'm sorry. You cannot. You're not supposed to do that. I'll bet you it's a violation somewhere of your credit card agreement to insert minimums on that kind of thing. I'd like to see that. You remember, there was once upon a time, there were people, if you're my friend, Real Joe, and it's your birthday, and I went out and I've got you a gift certificate, it had an expiration date on it.
Yeah.
Like the money's going to expire. I paid for this.
That, man.
Right? And then I think it was Speaker Tom, Vice Speaker Ada, that put together the legislation, I think, at the time, that said you're not allowed to do that. There's only certain cases where a gift certificate can have an expiration date on it by law.
That's a rip.
I know. So maybe, even something as simple as that is a place where the legislature can exert some kind of authority. So it seems to me that if we could get 8 people at the legislature to back that idea, we'll call it the Chris Frank legislation. Well, Chris, we got to come up with something.
Yeah, brother.
I love it when we name bills after people. So we name Chris Frank's Credit Card Relief Act, CC Relief Act, Credit Card. I don't know. Entertainment Relief Act. Because we got to make it so that it's transparent enough so that you and I know what's coming up, but everybody else will look at it and say, what a great humanitarian thing that we're doing for the community and for people like Chris Frank that don't necessarily need to drink $20 worth of booze at a time. On the other hand, given the price of a glass of booze these days, doesn't seem to me that $20 is that much of a stretch when in some of the bars and restaurants we find ourselves in. Studio time is 9:46. Got more giggles coming up. Stay there.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Attention, all sales superstars. Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tumuning.
I got pictures. Tello sent me pictures. You know, she used to be a photographer, right?
Yeah?
Yeah. She used to do the high school pictures, school pictures for a long time. Hold on a second. I don't know why they call it black mold. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen. For those of you watching on the Facebooks and the YouTubes and the Rumbles and the Point.gu, KUAM television, and the Peacock Network, let me see if I can put these things up on the screen. From Teletype, we're talking about issues related to mold over at the Office of Homeland Security and Civil Defense. Kalakis, would you look at that, Joe? Can you see it?
I see it, man.
I don't know what that is.
The Blackamus Moldamus.
Yeah. Grab the phone. She was there. Let me see if there's. I think there's a whole bunch of other pictures that she has sent in. There's that one there. You can see they got dirt on the returns, on the air conditioner returns here. Looks like we've got some mold on that side.
Ooh, that's the one.
Mold here. Hello.
That looks like my lungs.
How did that happen? What's the deal here, guys? This fully federally funded facility here, and that one looks good. Okay, maybe that's a little bit more than just a bucket of really good Home Depot Clorox and a sponge. The sponge with the face on it, right?
Yeah.
You see, that's so cool.
Those are the little happy bubbles.
I haven't.
You know where they don't have mold, Ray?
Where don't they have mold?
That brand new gym in Barragata.
Hey, thank you very much. At 9:50 in the morning, and I got to take care of her because she takes care of all the women folk on the street up in Barragata Heights. So let me say good morning to one of my favorite mayors. You know how in order, I think it's Paco. And Alec and you, or wait, you and Paco, and I'm trying to remember what the order was in the last Pika's Best Deal. Junie, how you doing, Mayor?
I am fine, and you? Very excited today.
I'm extremely excited. I got lots of stuff to talk about, and I know you're excited today because finally you get to do the ribbon cutting on
our brand new gymnasium for Barragata.
You know, even though I'm not currently registered to vote in the beautiful village of Barragata, can I still come by and take advantage of the gym?
Yes. Nice. We welcome everyone to come and join us this afternoon, really. And it's long awaited. You know, I've been here for since ever since. Yeah. So finally, our prayers were answered, and we finally acquired and the building of this gymnasium.
Where exactly is it?
It's right near my office.
It's right by the office?
Yes, right by the... Remember the old court where you used to play and skin your knee?
Yeah. That's now a gym. I can skin my knee in the gym.
Yeah, there you go. But now, yeah, back then it was just like concrete pads and whatnot. I mean, it's just.
And then the last
yeah,
time I was there, it was the concrete, and then the old rickety metal backboard, and there was no hoop the last time I was there, and it was like, poor Barragata. But okay, so you got a whole building, multi-purpose. We can play all kinds of games.
Yes, so you have that. It's beautiful. I mean, it's the kids have been waiting for this for so many years, and we have so many teams in Barragata. So I mean, they're excited. So, and we welcome people to come, and also, when they have to make some arrangements, they have to call our office. They, because we do have kids that we have practices already for them for the upcoming summer league.
Oh, excellent. So wait. Mike Phillips and I have been talking about a whole revival, if you will, of Perfecto Village teams. Everything orbiting around the mayor's office and recreational facilities, and then every mayor is going to put together their best baseball team, their best basketball team, their best volleyball team, and then they're going to go, and there will be island-wide competitions from between one mayor's office to the other.
Yes, so we do have those sports, and we welcome that. And if they put that together again for the island-wide, then of course I'm going to get our teams to participate in those.
Oh, bro, yeah, I mean, and the great sponsorship opportunities, and I think this is, one of the other things is I think you enjoy a great relationship with many of the businesses in your community, and I can see them helping out with sponsorships, buying uniforms, helping out with providing balls, and then changing the light bulbs whenever it needs. Is there another gym that it looks just like? Is there something it's similar to?
Well, our gym has a restroom on our facility, and that's the difference between, I think, some of them. It's within the building. I made sure that needs to happen, and then we do have ADA, a ramp for those
that's important to the girls. So make sure there's always someplace to go, Mammy.
You know what it is, Ray? I'm looking out for the Manumcos, okay? So when they come to these games, I can't have them go out, will themselves all the way out to the backside of my community center. So that was one that they had to improvise with us and did a change order and put that in the community center. Smart. I mean, in the gymnasium, because we do have the space. So that's one thing, and they allowed it, they did it, and then the drainages as well, the ramp, to make sure that we ensure the safety with those with disabilities, that they are able to enter the gymnasium.
There it is. Congratulations to you and Jess, and I'll see if I can swing by one of these days and take a look at it, all right?
I invite you all to join us. It's at 3:30 this afternoon. We're very excited, and that we finally are opening up this gym for not only our youth of Barragata, but for all to enjoy it.
Will Jess have a cooler?
Yes, we have cooler.
Okay, Stumpy. And then I'll see you soon.
That's my vice mayor.
I know it. He's got nice hair. All right, I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a great day, and congrats again.
Have a good day too. Thank you so much.
Love you. Bye. It's 9:55 in the morning. We're close like that. Always have been. At any rate. So. Where was I kind of want to finish up on this because Chris Frank is delighted at the idea that we might have an act named after him. No more $20 credit card minimums in the bar. 2 beers and a tip is like $20. 2 cocktails probably 20. So many times I see a guy have to buy another beer and maybe a lady drink for the bartender just in order to make that $20 minimum. I know exactly what you mean. In fact, I know exactly what bars you're talking about. So let's abolish that practice. Now, however, I think the most important thing is we've got to put Chris's name on this. It's got to be Chris Frank's something act. And I was thinking, you got to think in terms of like loony lefty Democrats, right? Whenever they put a name on something, they always have like a word in there. And so I was pondering, what word we can use. Is some kind of relief? Maybe that assistance. I think those are like Republican words. We have to use Democrat words if we really, really want to hit this thing home, like equality. You know what I mean? Doesn't that ring? It's got that cachet of just compassion for all of the people. Yes,
Yes.
I have enough money to buy myself a beer, but I only want to buy one beer.
like
I
that
got
warm
someplace
feeling
else
you
to
get.
go. I have to go to church after this, and I don't want to go smelling like the bar. So I just need one beer. What do you mean I have to spend $20 while I'm in here? And you're right. And usually I'm the guy that people buy the extra beer for so that they can hit that minimum. So equity is another great word that we like to use. But I think Chris, we'd hold out and wait until we can use a word like justice.
There we go.
Huh?
Yeah, justice, man.
That's the word, isn't it?
That's what we need, man.
Not only is it
Chris Frank justice,
bad business, I think it's an injustice, ladies and gentlemen. I think that this is the businesses taking advantage of their customers. How dare they? We have to infuse justice and equality into this practice. Prevent any more of these heinous activities from taking place now. Look at me, I'm wordsmithing. Who's on the phone?
Freeze.
What?
Said his name was Freeze.
Oh, right on. Let's check this out.
Freeze.
Madison, Wisconsin, brother.
Hey, wait. Who's calling from Madison, Wisconsin?
This is Freeze, all the way from Madison, Wisconsin.
Well, it's a great
You
to have you
probably
on
heard of a guy named Freeze.
I might have, yeah. Somebody named Freeze owes me $20. I bought you tickets to go watch Gloria Stefan in the Miami Sound Machine. Never saw you again.
Well, I tell you a little secret. You know how you fix things on Guam?
I give up.
You tell the governor and you tell the Congress they ain't getting any money until they build a new hospital.
It might be the way that works. We'll have to ponder this a little bit more, Freeze. I'm going to put you on hold here. Real Joe's going to get a telephone number, and we'll see if we can exchange some WhatsApps and emails down the road. Just enough time left in the broadcast here today. I think I got to everything. I'm a little bit concerned about this story here. Jeju Air, you will recall, had a terrible crash week and a half ago, something like that. And I was worried that might have an impact on outbound flights or any flights on Jeju. They have announced in the first quarter of this year they will reduce about 1,900 flights on domestic and international routes, including key routes such as Incheon, Osaka, Bangkok, and there's Guam. The move is aimed at strengthening operational safety by reducing operational volume during the winter period. Jeju announced on the 8th that it will reduce a total of 1,878 flights on these routes. A total of 140 flights will be canceled on international flights. Japan will reduce 344 on routes to Narita, Osaka, Fukuoka, Sapporo, Busan, and to Narita. 326 flights from Southeast Asia, including Incheon to Da Nang, Bangkok, and Vauxhall. This is not good news because they're talking about the Incheon, Guam, Busan, Saipan flights. Golly, Saipan doesn't need any more problems and any more reductions in capacity right now. And I think a lot of that comes from that accident. And they're just saying, look, it's maybe safer if we aren't doing as many sorties as we have in the past. 1,900 flights, and that's going to include the jump between Busan and Incheon and Guam. And that's terrible for outbound travel, too. So I know some people want to fly to Korea, spend a couple of days there, and then catch another flight from there to some of these exotic locations. And it looks like some of that's going to have to be planned out a whole lot better. Hey, I got to get out of here. The radio station, KUSG, I got no frowny faces all morning long. Did you catch that? No, we got a lot more to get to. Fox News Live, and I'll be back with you on Monday.
Sarah, yet another fire has broken out across Los Angeles. The evacuation orders for what's known as the Kenneth Fire. L.A. County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney with an update on the fire that's consuming the area near Pasadena.
The Eden Fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is making a run towards the historic Mount Wilson area.
At least 6 people have died in the Southern California fires, and that number is expected to rise. The cause of the fires is not yet known. President Biden says the federal government will cover 100% of the recovery costs of the response to the fire for 180 days.
To the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare.